Good morning, everybody. I declare open this 20th public hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Job Security. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country from which I am speaking today and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. This hearing is being conducted via video and teleconference with witnesses giving evidence from around Australia. I thank the witnesses for participating in today's hearing. For the benefit of those listening, this is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being streamed live via the web, which can be found at www.abh.gov.au. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action will be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, always be made at any other time. The Senate recently granted an extension for the inquiry, so the committee is now due to report during the last sitting week in February 2022. Where a witness takes a question on notice at this hearing, answers should be provided by the 23rd of November 2021. I remind all participants and committee members to ensure that their mobile phones are being turned off or switched to silent. You can remember to mute yourselves when you are not speaking or giving evidence. I now welcome rideshare drivers, Ms. Lorna Berry, and thank you for participating today, Ms. Berry, and Uber driver X, who is giving evidence anonymously today with the committee's agreement due to concern about his employment. Thank you both for joining us. The committee appreciates your time and the effort you have taken to give evidence today. I remind anyone who may be watching or listening that it is possible contempt of the Senate to threaten or disadvantage a person on account of any evidence given before a Senate committee. For your benefit, I am the chair, Senator Tony Sheldon. I'm joined by Senator Ben Small, Senator Karen Grogan, and Senator Maureen Faruqi. For the Hansard record, will you please state your names, the capacity in which you appear today. Of course, Uber driver X, you need not state your real name, your alias is fine. Ms. Berry.
I'm Lorna Berry.
And the rideshare driver is?
I'm Uber X.
Thank you. And you're also a rideshare driver?
Yes.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite each of you to make an opening statement of around 3 to 4 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Which of you would like to go first?
I'll go first, Uber X.
Thank you. So if you'd like to give an opening statement, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Uber X. I'm staying anonymous today as I don't really trust Uber in their dealings with them. I don't trust them. If they had knowledge that I'd reported on this, I feel unsafe and that I'd probably be deactivated. I've been driving for many years for Uber and other rideshare companies, but in particularly Uber, which is the majority stakeholder in the rideshare business in Australia. They have a history of deactivating people with no right of reply. Many drivers can be just cut off immediately if a rider in your Uber makes a complaint about you. The first thing Uber does is deactivates your account without a right of reply. And when they do this, they also take away your ability to phone them. So you have to talk to them on sort of generic emails, and it's very hard. And I've been deactivated 3 times with no evidence against me that warranted deactivation. The other thing about it is Uber kind of operates as if they're your employer, but you are a subcontractor. So it's a strange situation. That'll do for my opening statement.
Thank you very much. Ms. Berry.
Okay, good morning. So I'm Lorna Berry, living in Melbourne, and I've been a professional driver now for about 15 years, and I've been an Uber driver for over 5 years with thousands of trips under my belt. So I've done it full-time and part-time. I've driven Uber Black, which is now known as Uber Premium, Uber Select and Uber X. So I had a premium car. So I've driven celebrities, politicians, and some of the most powerful business people in this country. The pandemic has changed Uber massively. So we're now in the position of having to, I'm in Victoria, so masks have never gone away. So riders are required to wear a mask in an Uber. And we are well within our rights to ask a rider to wear a mask when they hop into our vehicle and to check in on the QR code. And we're also required to only take 3 people. We can't take anyone in the front seat because of social distancing. And riders agree to those conditions. They tick a box saying they agree to wear a mask, and the 3 people booking limit is something when they book a trip they agree to. So when you ask riders to do this, they can become quite aggressive and swear and carry on and all sorts of things. So, so as a female driver, and any driver, safety is everything, right? A safe workplace and security is paramount. So I earlier this year drove to a job. And on arrival to that job, there were 4 passengers. And as I've said, we're only allowed to take 3 passengers due to social distancing. The riders also did not have masks. And I explained to them that I was unable to take 3 of them, all 4 of them, because of the limits, the capacity limits, and that they would have to wear masks. So they started to abuse me. These were young women. They started to abuse me. They swore and carried on. So I cancelled the trip and drove away, and I continued to work. It was a Saturday evening. I continued to work probably till about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for several more hours. And that was that. So about 24 hours after that, I received a notification through the app that I had been deactivated, and somebody had reported that I'd been violent. This, of course, was a false claim, and I was horrified. And my only method to contact through Uber was through the app, as Driver X has stated as well. So my phone privileges were withdrawn, and I tested this out by calling from a private number and entering in a different phone number, and I got further down the track of communication. I contacted them several times through the app, only to have robotic Zendesk responses from them. So in spite of the fact that I've done thousands of trips with a really high rating, and I've done the highest level of premium Uber that you can do, there was no way of me contacting them or knowing what was going to happen for something that I actually hadn't done. And then about 4 to 5 days later, I was reactivated. So you're left in this position now of going, oh, well, is it safe to go back out there now that, Melbourne's opened up? You're always, you have every right to ask somebody to wear a mask. And of course, when any of these incidents happen, you're not given any details of the trip because Uber want to protect privacy of riders. So it's really frustrating. So as a result of that, I've looked for alternate work and have kind of pivoted away, and I'm unsure yet as to whether or not I will go back to Uber driving because of wanting to protect myself and my family.
Thank you, Ms. Berry, and Uber Driver X too. I just want to thank you both very much for coming on this morning. It's very important for the committee to hear from those right on the coalface about what's happening in different parts of the economy and the question of course, job security. I just want to just turn to a couple of things that you've said in your opening statement. First of all, Mr. From UberX, unsafe. I gather when you said unsafe, does that mean a possible and discriminatory termination of your engagement?
Oh yes. Well, I'll give you one example of one of my deactivations with Uber, similar to what the other Uber driver was talking about. Masks were mandated in New South Wales. I had a constant issue with people getting to wear masks in the car, so I took a bag of masks with me. I picked up one young gentleman one day, and he didn't have a mask. So I asked him, "Do you have a mask?" He said, "No." I said, "Oh, here you are," and I handed him a bag of masks to take one out to wear. He complained, "I can't breathe," and he complained. Anyway, later on that day, I was deactivated by Uber because he'd told them that I swore at them. It was the only incident in the day, even though I didn't know 100% it was him. But it was the only incident in the day that I could relate to as being a problem, an issue. After a series of emails and apologies, I got reactivated. But it's very similar to what the other Uber driver said. My experience with the mask thing has been like just horrendous to the point that I didn't want to work quite often in Sydney.
You said you got? Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. So that they had, with the COVID thing, Uber doesn't really have a policy of vaccination. They don't have a policy of whether the passengers need to be vaccinated when they QR in, and they don't have a policy of whether the drivers need to be vaccinated. Through this period, the anti-discrimination rules of Uber keep popping up on your app. So I'm sort of like thinking, oh well, they don't want you to discriminate against anti-vaxxers. Well, I'm not going to do it anyway. But it's how it seems to appear to me. So yeah, it does make for unsafe. I have had people get violent and carry on because of the mask mandate. And I agree with everything that the other Uber driver said. I have actually a similar background with Uber. I've got over 10,000 trips in Sydney. I used to be a highly rated driver until the mask mandate came in, and my rating in Uber plummeted almost overnight.
Same.
Anyway,
I'm the same. I would agree with everything that you have said, Driver X, and my rating dropped as well because of masks. Yeah, and I carry masks also. Thank
you. Just a quick question on that. Do either of you get compensated for the extra cost?
No.
You don't get compensated by Uber on the extra cost of masks or anything, but you can put that in as an outgoing on your BAS.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to go to this question of UberX driver. You said you were reactivated following what appears to be an anti-vaxxer complaint about not having to.
Well, anti-masker, so.
Yeah, anti-masker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but it wasn't quick.
So
it should have been. Sorry, Tony.
How long before you were reactivated?
Oh, that one was a short one. It took me. It was about 24 hours.
Did you receive any compensation for the fact that you'd been inappropriately deactivated?
No, not at all.
Is there a means by which you feel that you could make an application to the company to get compensation?
Absolutely not.
Ms. Berry, just the same question. You mentioned that you've been deactivated at one point.
Mhm.
That there was, if I remember, understood correctly, 5 days
Yes.
of being deactivated without proper recourse, and then they reactivated you. Did Uber compensate you for income loss?
No.
Is there any form that you're aware of where income loss can be regained when there's a mistake in deactivating?
No. And the reactivation message is very robotic as well. So,
You
so
might explain that.
okay, so they use Zendesk to qualify. So what's coming in? So if they are a keyword, so if a passenger says violent or discrimination or something like that, those words would be tagged, I believe, with deactivation. So there'll be rules set up in Zendesk that if certain words are said by passengers, this is what happens. And that is that. So a human would never look at that ever. I don't believe, in my experience and from what I've heard from other drivers as well. So, and if you try to contact them, you get more robotic kind of responses, or Zendesk generated responses that are generic and not specific to you.
And what process does Uber undertake if you report an incident with a passenger?
You mean if a driver reports a passenger?
That's correct.
Well, sometimes nothing. One time recently, a rider kicked me, so their foot came through the center of the car and hit the back of my arm, and I stopped the car and asked them to get out of the car and stop the trip, and I reported them straight away, and I actually received a phone call about 20 minutes later, but that was the only thing that happened. There was no follow-up after that. There's no guarantee. They'll say that they guarantee that you'll never drive that person again, but there's actually no guarantee. We have no way of knowing whether we would pick up that passenger again or anything like that. So really, generally, there's nothing that happens. There's a generic answer that will come out to you. We've investigated this matter, but we can't tell you anything else because we're protecting privacy.
Thank you. Look, I've got many more questions I'd like to ask, but I'm going to go to Senator Small.
Great, thanks, Chair, and good morning, folks. Can I ask what attracted you to the rideshare model in the first place from the outset? Like, what appealed to you about the model?
I'll answer as UberX.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was an ex-hire car driver. I drove very high-end hire car work in Sydney, and Uber actually first came about as a platform to use for hire car drivers between bookings. And what happened then was, like, say I had a job to take someone to the airport at 6 a.m, and I'd drop them at the airport, and then I didn't have another job till 11 o'clock. Then I could log on to Uber and make money in my dead space through the day. That's how I got into Uber. With the invention of UberX, where people drove their personal cars and the prices were dropped right down. The hire car industry, the high end, the Uber Luxury and Uber Black sections of the platform started to wane, and I stopped doing that for a while because it wasn't worth it. Whereas at the start, Uber Black and Uber Luxury were quite good platforms to drive on. Then I went back to my other work, and then UberX became the main thing, and I was kind of disenchanted with my other work, and I joined up back to Uber, and it was quite great. It was great at the start, but and it still could be good. The problems with Uber is you just don't have any right to reply. You just don't have any rights as a driver. That's the only issue. But prior to the pandemic, I was making fair money, and it was all right, and worked my own hours, and yeah, it was okay, but it's taken a downturn in business due to the pandemic, obviously. But yeah, the main issue with Uber and the problem is they have no one. There's no office in Australia. There's no one you can contact. There's no right of reply. If I wanted to go out as an Uber passenger today and get 10 people taken off the air, I could do it, if you know what I mean. All I'd have to do is go say something, lie to Uber in a report, and they'd all be deactivated. So that's the principle of it. That's the thing that's no good about it. It could be all right, but it's not in that aspect.
I'll come back to that point in just a moment if I can. But Ms. Berry, if I can ask you the same question,
Yeah,
what
sure.
sort of attracted
So
you to
I had
Uber?
been, yeah, so I'd been on maternity leave, and actually got retrenched. So I had done a bit of driving prior to Uber being a thing, in various forms. So I decided that I would start Uber driving, because I had a small child, and yeah, it worked really well, for a little while. And yeah, it just fitted in around what I needed to do, and I could go to work, do my thing, come home, and not have to think too much about it in my time at home with my family.
So in essence, the flexibility of the model
Yep.
enables you to fit, work around caring for your new arrival.
Yeah, well, the new arrival was probably close to 2 when that, oh yeah, she was probably close to 2 when that happened. So, but it was certainly, that, yeah, it was good. And I had been looking for other work, but hadn't been successful, at that point. So I started to do that. Yeah.
And would you agree with Driver X that, I guess, prior to the pandemic, it was, for all intents and purposes, what you were looking for in terms of that sort of adjunct employment?
Yeah, there still wasn't the job security or, those kinds of things. I think pandemic has accentuated what was already there. So
Yeah.
I think it's amplified what was bubbling away under the surface, and this has just brought it all, to a head.
Okay. On that point, UberX said before that whilst it appears that Uber is your employer, you are actually a subcontractor. Can I ask you both? I guess, is there anything surprising, knowing that you signed up as subcontractors, not employees? Is there any, whilst you might obviously want alternative things, is there anything that I guess isn't or wasn't written on the packet when you signed up, so to speak?
When I started doing Uber in Sydney, they had offices. There was offices. There was rights to reply. There was people you could speak to. There was a face. There was a public face. There was a phone number. There was 2 offices, or maybe 3 offices in Sydney. Now, and you had right of reply if anything went wrong. Since the pandemic, they closed down their hub in Burwood, and everything, they've gone to an offshore call centre. While you're activated and driving, you're able to call this call centre, which is in Manila, and you can speak to someone. If you are deactivated, you have no recourse. You cannot get back to them. That's the major issue and problem that I have with them in job security. There are other things like this. You're not getting any super, obviously, as a subcontractor. You get injured on the job, like you can't get any compensation or anything for it. And there's no compensation if you're deactivated. That's one thing for sure.
So I'll ask her about the contact issues later today. But would you agree that, no ongoing sort of security, no compensation, blah blah. that is effectively what you're signing up for, though, isn't it? As a subcontractor.
It is, but like when I first started with them, you were able to contact if you had any issues. Now it's a massive difference that you can't.
You need to be able to talk to a human. And Driver X, I know a lot of the hire car drivers in Melbourne were when Uber started, they were hunted down by Uber to drive for Uber. They were contacted by Uber and recruited by Uber in the very beginning.
Yeah, it was similar in Sydney.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to share the time, and I've used mine up, so so thanks for that, and I'll pass back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Small. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you both, Ms. Berry and Uber Driver X, for providing evidence to us. I mean, these are really harrowing stories, and we've heard them again and again from so many Uber drivers. Something definitely needs to change. I just want to go to the issue of safety as well. I know that Uber was recently subject to an audit from the New South Wales Point-to-Point Commissioner, and it was found that the quality of their safety systems were quite inadequate. And there were recommendations made to which asked them to improve the safety of the work. So I guess maybe it is because it's New South Wales, it is for Uber Driver X. Have you noticed any changes in the last some months in terms of how safe you might feel or any of the safety systems? And fatigue was a particular issue as well.
What safety systems?
No, not really. Just the safety issues in the last 12 months have been pandemic. Really, for me, I've never really had anyone. I've never had anyone. I'm quite a large person, and I'm an ex-security guard, so I haven't really had. I've never really had those issues. So.
And you both said that there was no support provided to you during COVID at all.
No, there was government support.
Yeah, not from the Uber though.
No, nothing from Uber.
Nothing from Uber. No, they did at one stage say that if you got COVID, that they would pay you your average weekly wage. But I didn't get COVID, so I never tested those boundaries.
Yeah.
Miss Berry, sorry, you go.
The thing to remember is, right, we may be subcontractors, right? But Uber direct every aspect of our work. They are in total control of everything that they do, right? So and we know that they feed, or we believe that they feed different drivers different work based on what has happened in the past, right? So, and when it comes to the safety, it's up to a driver to avoid assault or whatever. Right. It's those things. So they are controlling all of the things.
Yeah. So just like kind of classifying you as independent contractors or Uber entrepreneurs, when in fact you are not in charge of much at all, I think is a real falsehood.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. They control everything.
Can I butt in there for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, the Uber application, if you, for example, if you let a job go through that comes through, say you're 20 minutes away from a job, but a job comes up on your screen as 3 minutes. It's almost economic. It's not economically viable to take that job. As a subcontractor, you should be able to refuse work. But what the Uber app does is, if you refuse any work, it punishes you for it, and it's almost like they put you in the naughty corner if you don't take the job, even though it might not be economically viable with the price of petrol at the moment to do so. They do manipulate the app. I don't know how they did it, but the app is very manipulative.
Miss Berry, you have related to us a couple of very in terms of how your safety, was terribly compromised in situations. I'm just wondering how, if you is there a fear of raising those concerns? I know you did once and there wasn't much of an outcome except for a phone call. Do you fear that if you raise these concerns when they happen, that you might be deactivated?
I think it's more of I would always raise concerns, and I have reported many incidences of riders. It's not that, it's the other way around. The fear is that if you say the wrong thing, or you take a wrong turn, or you follow the map and the rider doesn't like it and they report you, you're always second guessing. So Uber have there's a map in the app, or you can use Google Maps or whatever. If you follow the wrong way, but if the passengers goes, "I'll go this way or go that way," and they're not happy, passengers report drivers all the time for really things that are not important. Yeah, so I would always submit a report about a rider if I felt unsafe, and you can mark them as not having a mask on if they don't have a mask on. So in future, the passenger would have to take a photo to prove that they were wearing a mask. Whereas as a driver, I have to go through a COVID safe checklist. One of those things is taking a photo wearing a mask and taking a photo without a mask to prove that it's me logging into the app. Yeah.
What would be your recommendation to this committee in terms of improving safety for drivers?
Drivers need a voice. We need a right of reply. We are professional people that are trying to support our families. We are highly skilled, highly experienced people. With really, we had really high ratings prior to the pandemic. UberX has said the same thing as well. And we need to be able to have job security. We need to be able to go out and be safe and know that the people that are controlling the flow of work have our back, and we have security, and not have this thing of going, "Oh, are we going to be deactivated because of a false report that we then get no details of and no right of reply to?"
And at the moment, is it fair to say that Uber really doesn't have adequate mechanisms in place to protect drivers from threats to their personal safety?
100%. And if a driver was to test positive with COVID, they deactivate them for 3 weeks if they come into contact with a case. And it's regardless of whether the government, like say, for example, the Department of Health says no quarantine for drivers, they just cut them off for 3 weeks, and they pay $250 a week to a driver that has been in contact, potentially been in contact with someone that has COVID, but they might not have to quarantine and have documentation from the Department of Health to say they don't have to, but they still don't reactivate them. So there's a thing that's we need a voice, and it has to be fair and equitable so that we can go out, do our job, get people from A to B safely and continue on.
Yep. Chair, just one last question from me, if I could go to you, Driver X. The concerns that you have raised, we have heard from other drivers as well, of being blocked from kind of accessing apps after raising their concerns for reasons they believed were unfair, and that they had no recourse, literally, to have that issue looked at. What would your recommendation be to this committee to improve things for drivers?
My recommendation would be that Uber has a public face in Australia. They need to have an office. They need to have somewhere where you can contact, where you can have a right of reply. The other thing is, we're talking about if you made a complaint about a rider, what happens? Well, in my experience, they send me, if I make a complaint about a rider, they send me back we really apologise and we'll take serious action. And seriously, I don't think they ever cut passengers off. It's not in their business interest to do that. You just need to be able to reply. You just need to be able, it'd be nice if you could just talk to somebody if you have an issue. And the way it is now, you could jump in my Uber today, and if you had a personality issue with me or thought that I'd done something wrong, went the wrong way, whatever, you can ring them and that's it. Your number's up. You can't work. You just get put off because of what somebody that was in the car. It's like they take the evidence of the rider as gospel in every situation. That's the issue. That's the problem.
Well, thank you very much, both. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing today. It does seriously help in our deliberations. Would you be able to tell me what you believe your approximate hourly rate is when you're driving for Uber?
I'll start with that. It varies. It all depends on how busy the platform is running on the day. I can make sort of, if I'm in a quiet area around where I live, which is out of the city a bit, I could probably get about $20 an hour. But in peak times, when you're working, I can get up to $50 to $60 an hour.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. And so that's quite a big difference, like 20 to 60. How does that play out over the day or over your schedule over a week? Do you have to be looking to drive at particular times of the day?
Oh, yes, absolutely. You have to. I drive very early hours in the morning when people are on a timetable and they have to be somewhere. That's generally when people are going to the airport, the train station, to work, to the gym, whatever. People are on a time constraint and they need to be somewhere. That's when I operate. The night time, drunk people and not much happening. I don't really work around that time.
So what would be the average that you would earn in those early mornings?
Pre-pandemic, I'd be making around $3.50 a morning in Sydney.
And for how many hours work would that be?
In between six and 7. This is when the airport's running.
Right. And so post-pandemic, how's that played out?
Well, it got down as low as about, $100 a day. Post-pandemic, now I'm probably on about 200 a morning. And
For 6 to 7 hours.
But I work the weekend as well to make up for the shortfalls on those days. It's slowly coming back. People aren't going to work in Sydney. There's a lot of people still working from home, even though we're opened up. There's a lot of people that go to the office 1 or 2 days a week. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are by far and away the busiest days in Uber now in Sydney.
Yeah. So, and the other thing to remember is you have to take costs out of that money as well. So you've got to take your fuel and car costs out of that. So what you get an hour, you still have to take your costs out of that amount too. And, if you want to make a living, there's not really flexibility, right? So you're not, if it's not peak hour, you're not going to cover your costs. Yeah.
That's when I get off the road.
Yeah, that's
So,
right.
Ms. Berry, can I ask what times do you drive and what's the sort of average income you're able to net from that?
So the average income, I think, is around the $17 an hour mark. And I was driving, say, Friday evening and Saturday evening, and sometimes on a Sunday. I have driven full time and done it 7 days a week. So to bring in, about $1,000, I did work 7 days a week, and sometimes you can drive 12 hours before the app goes, you've driven for long enough. So sometimes I would push that limit and do that, exactly that. But
And,
I haven't done that for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, so to bring in about $1,000, which obviously you then have to take your costs out of, you're saying you would have to drive for how many hours?
Well, if you base it on about $17 an hour.
And have you noticed a significant difference pre and post pandemic?
Yes, absolutely. I haven't, so Melbourne has just come out of lockdown, as you know. So during this last lockdown, I've kind of pivoted my work. So I haven't actually driven since we've come out of lockdown. The app has big incentives to recruit new drivers at the moment, probably the biggest they've ever had. So they're offering a $500 referral fee at the moment, and I don't believe it's ever been that high before. And yeah, the costs can be up to half of what you're taking in.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. And all the risk sits with me as an individual.
And do you have any challenges with your insurance? Obviously, you have to declare you're a driver and such like.
Insurance is higher, and some of the insurance companies won't insure people that are rideshare drivers. In the past, I have hired a car to use for a rideshare, and one of the companies that I was doing that through no longer offers that because their insurance company just won't cover them. It's too high risk for them.
And with the
Can I jump in there for a second? Sorry.
Sure.
Is that okay? Hi. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
With the expenses of the car, a lot of people in Sydney, well, a lot of people all over Australia that are doing Uber do rideshare rent to own, and all of the costs associated with it are in the cost of the rental. The company, I actually do it that way because it works out better for me in the long run. If I get crashed into, I get another car. There's all sorts of, and you don't have to worry too much about your depreciation and your taxation, car depreciation that is, and I actually find it works quite good for me. Other people maybe not so much. The company that I do this through had 70% of their fleet return during the pandemic. So it had a lot of drivers have been, a lot of drivers have gone broke through the pandemic. So the industry's been cut right back.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and there's no ability to save for your leave, for holidays, leave, or retirement, or any of those kinds of things as well.
Right. Thank you very much.
Look, I'd like to thank you very much for your evidence today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and preparation of its report. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. And thank you again, and have a very good morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome Ms. Michelle O'Neill from the Australian Council of Trade Unions, who is joined by education worker Mr. Tony Atkin. Thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small, Senator Karen Grogan, and Senator Maureen Faruqi. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thanks very much, Senator. My name is Michelle O'Neill and I'm the President of the ACTU.
So if you could introduce yourself and
Hi, my name's Antonia Aitken and I'm a casual lecturer in creative arts at the University of Tasmania based in Launceston.
thank you. I know that the ACTU has provided submission 98 to the committee. Would you like to make any amendments or additions to that submission?
No amendments, thanks, Senator. I had a couple of opening comments I wanted to make.
Good. Well, thank you. We'll kick off that shortly. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you, Ms. O'Neill, to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions. Ms. Aitken, if you're also welcome to make an opening statement. At the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Ms. O'Neill.
Thanks very much, Senator. And I did want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land I'm on today. I'm here in the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I pay all my respects to the elders past and present, and always was and always will be Aboriginal land. And I did want to make some brief opening remarks at this very important inquiry, and of course I'm happy to take questions. I wanted to talk about what it means to be a casual worker in Australia. If you're a casual in Australia, which is close to 1 in 4 employees, you have greater chance of having your wages or superannuation stolen. You'll get paid less than permanent workers despite being supposed to get casual loadings. A recent report from the Centre of Future Work shows that casual workers are being paid $308 less on average than permanent workers. You are 8 times more likely than during these current lockdowns to get the sack than permanent workers. So during 2021, 8 times more likely to lose your job than a permanent worker. You're more likely to be sexually harassed or bullied. You're also more likely to suffer mental illness. You're more likely to be treated like a second-class worker, missing out on training, promotion, and social events. You're more likely to be a woman and a younger worker. And of course, casual workers are denied paid leave, even sick leave in the middle of a pandemic. The contrast with how big business has fared during COVID-19 couldn't be starker. Corporate profits have gone up nearly 18% over the course of the pandemic, yet wages have only grown by 1.6% over the same period, the lowest growth in the post-war period. If casual workers, and as I said, that's close to 1 in 4 workers in this country, did as well as companies during the pandemic, they would have been taking home an extra $100 per week or an extra $5,000 per year. That'd be an absolute lifesaver for so many workers struggling to put food on the table. But as we know, this pandemic did not treat everyone the same. And we've also seen over the course of this time that the government introduced an omnibus bill. And rather than addressing what is wrong with job insecurity in this country and reversing its negative impact, they've actually made it worse. In the omnibus introduced earlier this year, they introduced a definition of casual employment into the Fair Work Act with the support of One Nation, which effectively lets the employer decide who is and who isn't a casual, regardless of how regular your hours or shifts might be, or what becomes the reality of your job over time. This stripped away the rights of all those workers who should rightly be regarded as permanent. Those majority of casual employees in Australia who are actually working regular hours, week in, week out. And they introduced what they touted as a positive change, which was about casual conversion. But when you look at the reality of that, it is a very, very false promise. They said that a casual employee might be able to convert to permanent employment after 12 months, but the catch is that it's only if their employer feels like it. Employers can refuse to convert a casual to permanent on so-called reasonable grounds, a loophole that is so big as to make the right practically useless. And a recent example, in TAFE in New South Wales, which reviewed all its 7,700 eligible casual staff to see if they could be converted to permanent roles, and refused to give any of them permanent work, not a single person. As we know, these teachers do exactly the same job as their permanent colleagues. Many have done so for years and years. It's a disgrace that the law introduced is so weak that it is in effect useless in terms of offering permanency to jobs and workers that are clearly in permanent jobs. We're hearing of examples like this all around the country. And of course, we know there's other forms of work insecurity. Casual work is just one of the many facets of insecure work. We have labour hire workers denied the same pay for doing exactly the same job. We have workers on endless rolling fixed term contracts, sham dependent contracting arrangements where workers are called they're contractors, but in reality, if you look at the nature of their work and their job, they are in fact employees. And gig workers earning well below the minimum wage in often fatal working conditions. So what do all these tactics have in common? Employers have been able to shift all the economic risk onto the shoulders of workers, making their lives deeply insecure. And this does affect every aspect of a worker's life, their capacity to plan, to organise their life, to make decisions about themselves and their family, to enter into mortgages or rental agreements, to be able to plan for a holiday with their children, to be able to meet their health needs of them and their family. All of these things affected by the very real risk that insecure work poses on them and their lives. So that's why the ACTU is calling for a national target to halve the proportion of insecure jobs in Australia by the end of 2030. That's going to take laws that prevent employers from making secure jobs insecure ones, an end to endless rolling fixed term contracts, real rights to convert to permanent work, and the same job for the same pay for labour hire workers. Changes that recognise the particular new forms of work and nature of that work and give workers rights, whatever they might be called. I have a number of examples and other information I can give you during the course of your questioning, Senators, but thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any other questions and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Ms. Atkin.
Thank you, Senator. I've worked at the university, in the university sector for 12 years as a casual, and at the University of Tasmania for the last 7 on casual and fixed term contracts. These are terminated at the end of each year, presenting me with 3 months of unemployment from November each year. I teach and coordinate undergraduate units within the Visual Arts and Art Theory program, and for the last 3 years I've been tasked with redeveloping core curriculum for my school. And the work that I do is absolutely central to what the university is able to offer its students. As an enthusiastic graduate of a creative arts degree with a real passion for teaching, I first considered the invitation to teach casually as a really exciting opportunity. I wanted to develop my academic life and inspire the next generation of creative graduates. In 2014, I moved to Lutruwita, Tasmania to undertake a PhD, and I lectured whilst undertaking my doctoral research and have become a highly regarded educator in my field, receiving multiple awards for excellence in teaching. Like many who experience long-term casual employment, as my experience and knowledge has grown, so has my value to the institution. And with this has come a lot more responsibility. Yet despite years of gaining qualifications, continuous employment in the same role, actively contributing all my research, which I develop independently, and teaching expertise, I'm kept in this incredibly precarious employment situation. I'm giving my time and my intellectual property, often without adequate pay, security of tenure, and with very few career development opportunities. And I'm not alone. At the University of Tasmania right now, 47% of staff are casual. Casual and fixed term staff now account for at least 2/3 of all people working in higher education. And at least half of the university teaching is done by people like me. The search for permanency is a very long road. 10+ years, 15+ years is not unusual amongst my colleagues. One peer sarcastically called these her slave years recently, and an attitude so entrenched that we all laughed about it. There are very few permanent academic positions, and less than 1% of new jobs since 2005 have been ongoing teaching or research positions. The lack of training and career progression for casuals like me makes obtaining the skills required to get these competitive jobs really challenging. So for example, at UTAS right now, I'm prevented from developing my credentials through postgraduate supervision, a prerequisite that's needed for most level B jobs. I see a growing dependency on casual labour, but gaping inequities in our employment conditions. The recent amendments to the Fair Work Act have done nothing to change the situation for me and others in higher education. This year I received a letter from UTAS, which I'm very happy to provide the committee, that determined that I do not meet the criteria set by the university for conversion, namely that I had not worked a regular pattern of hours on an ongoing basis for 6 months prior to the 27th of March 2021. Despite working continuously for the institution in the same role for 7 years, my end of semester breaks in employment exclude me from conversion. And this is the case for most casual teaching staff in universities. So long-term casualisation causes huge anxiety and uncertainty and mental illness. One of the biggest things is my inability to life plan. So the nature of uncertain workload semester to semester makes it impossible to predict my income and also to generate other employment opportunities to fill in the gaps. Working without sick leave and other leave entitlements causes great stress about taking leave when I'm ill or needing to care for others, putting myself and others at risk. With no provision of parental leave, considering children becomes a question of staying or leaving the profession, which is disproportionately affecting women. And seeking financial security is incredibly difficult, with very few lending institutions loaning to casuals and many questioning a break in employment for any more than 8 weeks. In the workplace, I am often excluded from research activities and planning discussions despite being actively involved in curriculum development. I'm also excluded often from social activities, and all these things reduce my capacity to engage and contribute productively to my workplace. I also don't feel safe to speak up because of the precarious nature of my employment when I experience injustice. And these things can feel incredibly demoralising and disempowering. So in the face of these realities, I am watching many highly skilled colleagues just simply walk away, and their knowledge and talent is just being lost to the Australian education system. As I enter into another 3 months of unemployment from next week, I too am considering if I can continue to remain in a system that just doesn't seem able to support me to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Atkin. And again, I just extend our appreciation for you attending today. It's extremely important that those on the coal face that are experiencing job insecurity are able to explain their situation but very directly. And thank you very much for your opening statements, Ms. O'Neill. I'll now go to Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning. If I can turn to you first, Ms. O'Neill. You mentioned that precarious employment affects all aspects of life with respect to things like mortgages, holiday planning, health, all those sorts of things. So can I ask why the union movement continues to use both casual and fixed-term contracts? And I refer to ads that I've been watching over the last 12 months. This inquiry's been running where the CFMEU, ASU, TWU, NTEU and AEU, amongst others, have all offered these roles.
Ms. O'Neill, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Thanks, Senator, and thanks for your question, Senator. I'm very happy to answer it. It's a mischaracterisation of what I said to say or to think that what we're saying is that there's no place for casual employment in Australia. There is a limited place for casual employment, and some jobs are genuinely casual. It's a small proportion of jobs. It's jobs that are irregular in nature, jobs which may be short term, You think of example jobs that may exist in parts of the tourist industry where there is peaks of time where there's people in particular communities that are not there for the rest of the year, or in fact in the union movement, jobs that exist that are to do with important projects that we may be doing at a particular time. So we take on projects in relation to health and safety. It might be the production of resources to be made available to workers. It's a short-term specific project that doesn't have a long-term end to it, but it has a great long-term good to it. It's also the case, and I'm sure we're not the only organisations, that in the middle of a pandemic, there was additional assistance that we received to provide assistance to ordinary working people to understand the risks of COVID-19, to make sure that they had access to good support and information. So, Senator, it is correct that there is a small proportion of positions within unions that are casual or short-term positions, but the vast majority of jobs in the union movement in terms of people working for unions are permanent. The other thing I'd say, Senator, of course, is like yourself, leaders in the union movement are elected. So the nature of elected positions in the movement is that you're in that for as long as your members choose for you to be there.
No, absolutely, and that's very helpful context. With respect to those positions, for instance, that are limited in tenure in some way within the union movement, who makes that decision? That's obviously a decision from the union leadership or effectively the employer? That would be fair to say, wouldn't it?
Well, unions are led by elected leaders, so the people who make decisions in unions are the people that the members have elected into leadership positions to make those decisions.
That's right, but it is the employer that's made the decision as to the nature of that employment.
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. But I think that's very helpful to understand that the decision is made by the employer and not by the employee or contractor in that case.
Having said that, Senator, sorry, just to properly answer your question. Of course, there's some positions that may initially be a short-term position, but then the employee expresses a wish or a desire to be able to continue to work in the union movement. And there's many examples of workers going on to be offered permanent positions. So it's not unusual for someone to initially be on a short-term or a casual position, and then because they love working for the union movement, are offered a permanent position and are then able to stay. So that conversion or change happens as it does across many industries.
Do you have any data on that within the union movement as to the number of casuals that are converted to full-time employees? I appreciate that might have to be on notice. It's just that we've got evidence from other industry sectors on that actually have that data. It would just be a useful comparison.
I don't have that data, Senator, no.
Okay, could you get it on notice or is that not available?
No, it wouldn't be available. The employment arrangements, each union is an autonomous body that makes its own decisions in relation to its employment arrangements. So it's not information that we collect at the ACTU.
Okay, maybe we might have to ask them directly. Can I ask, in your submission, you've mentioned the growth in casual employment from May 2020 in the depths of the pandemic through to November 2020. That would appear on the face of it to be cherry-picking data when you consider that the ABS data around casual employment has had a relatively steady proportion of the Australian workforce for more than 25 years. Do you have a response that would indicate that it isn't cherry-picking data?
Yeah, I would. I think people are really interested in what happened in the pandemic, and we're very concerned about what the impact of the pandemic has been on insecure employment, and casual employment is one element of that. So the understanding what happened to the labour market and consequently to workers' lives and their families' lives, and in fact the economy, is a really important thing to understand. So a useful thing to look at, I think, Senator.
Yes, indeed. But in terms of the ongoing commentary that follows that, where you mentioned that the IR reforms mean that, and I quote, some employers will be even more likely to engage employees in a casual arrangement. If the ABS Hilda data doesn't actually reflect an increasing proportion of casual employment, that would follow that that's actually not the case at all, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think so, because the reality of the law that your government introduced, Senator, is that it makes it easier, and we're still really only now starting to see the impact of that, makes it easier for employers to classify someone as a casual, regardless of their ongoing reality of their working life. So the change into definition of casual that you inserted into the Fair Work Act is seriously flawed. It reverses decades of precedent decisions by the courts that recognised that it's not the title of your job or what it's called when you first get it that is the reality of what your job actually is. It's your experience of that. And so if you're called a casual, but then your working life is one where you are working regular hours or shifts, work that goes on, and is in no way work that is irregular or unpredictable, then in fact your job has become a permanent job. The impact and effect of your amendments to the Fair Work Act is to reverse that and to say that the emphasis or the primary basis of a decision about whether you're a casual or not is simply the job that you were offered when you were first employed, what you're called, which of course we know is a fiction. So it's a serious flaw.
Hold on, Ms. O'Neill, if I could just stop you there, 'cause I'm conscious I have very limited time with you. The amendment was actually passed by the Australian Parliament. So, you know, let's be clear here that it was passed into law by the Australian Parliament. And you were saying it overturned decades of common law precedent, but that even with that being the case, if the Hilda data nationally collected by the ABS does not change, you're saying that somehow the proportion of casual employment, as you would call it, real casual employment, is somehow increasing.
What I'm saying, Senator, is that the number of workers in Australia in insecure employment is increasing. And when we talk about insecure employment, casual employment is a really critical element of that, but it's not the sole element of that. So casual employment, as you know, as
proportion of people in labour hire and in
Senator, Senator Small, if you could let Ms. O'Neill answer the question, thank you.
What I was going to say,
these teleconferences.
Yeah, no, it's okay. What I was going to say, Senator, is that when we talk about insecure employment, or if you look at the way that it's categorised in terms of international comparisons about non-standard employment, then it's work that is casual work. It's exactly the sort of work that Antonio so powerfully described a few minutes ago. Contract jobs that every year end for a certain period of time and then pick up again exactly the same job, only having the impact of having removed your rights to paid leave and any sort of planning or security in your life. It's gig work where workers are somehow called contractors, but the reality of their working life is they have so little control and so little protection. It's workers in labour hire that literally can be moved from employer to employer with very little protection, paid far less than workers doing exactly the same job. And it's the so-called independent contractors that even the ABS recognise a third of are actually dependent contractors. So where they don't have any control over their work, called contractors, but the reality of their working life is that they are working like an employee. Senator, I describe it as a worker is a worker is a worker. And you might want to put different labels on it, but if the reality of your working life is that you are instructed in what you do, that you're dependent on your employer for that work and direction about how that work is done, then you should have the rights of every other worker in Australia.
I've run out of time, unfortunately. Thanks for your testimony this morning. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Small. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, Ms. O'Neill and Ms. Atkins and Atkin, and thank you so much for being here with us. I might start off with some questions of Ms. Atkin, because for me, one of the lowest points in my political life has been seeing the devastation of higher education over the last 18 months with, 40,000 jobs lost of university workers. But even before that, funding cut after funding cut, the corporatization of universities, which has led to rampant casualization, as you've highlighted. So I really feel for you, and thank you very much for being here. For me, tertiary education workers have had a very proud tradition of activist involvement in their communities and workplaces. So I really want to find out what the impact of this terrible insecurity of work that you have described to us this morning has had on workers' abilities to exercise their industrial rights and to participate in the full political and community life of their institutions.
Great question. I think the precarity and insecurity definitely makes you question your rights or abilities to raise issues within the workplace. When you see inequities or injustices, you often hold your tongue because you worry about whether that's going to put you in a more precarious position and potentially not be employed next semester, which goes against all of my ethics and values. One of the most difficult things is the giving of intellectual property with no security of tenure, which means that you're often providing a lot of curriculum material and provision of your research without proper remuneration or any ongoing protection of that material. So that's another thing that is a big issue. We have very low union membership amongst casuals, particularly in my institution, and I think that's a direct result of precarious work, because we often don't know if we're going to be employed, and so we wonder whether we should get engaged or be involved. Is there any ongoing reason to be more active or politically engaged in the governance of the institution?
Yeah, and over the years as well, we've seen the erosion of democratic staff and student representation in university senates and councils. And often it's at the behest of governments looking to directly appoint more members to these bodies. And we've seen, wage theft becoming quite systemic in universities. I know that the Fair Work Ombudsman is investigating 14 universities at the moment, and the NTEU is investigating more than that. And we've also seen this steep rise in precarious employment. Do you see these issues as quite linked?
Can you maybe just clarify what you mean by quite late?
What I mean is, as there is less democratic involvement in university senates and councils, in terms of how universities are run, at the same time, precarious employment is kind of really rising. Do you see that has an influence on, how senates and councils are run, has an influence on how the universities then are run?
I do. I think if I could get back to you or defer that question, I can think about that in a more considered way.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to ask about casual conversion, and you said that you had made an application for ongoing employment, which was refused. And we've also seen just recently reports coming out that 69 staff or only 69 staff at Sydney Uni were offered ongoing employment out of more than 4,000 that were assessed, and only 72 staff at Melbourne were offered permanent employment, where there were about more than 5,000 casual staff. I'm just wondering if you know the situation at your university, if there are similar numbers.
Over 3,000 people were raised as potential conversions. And only 13 conversions were made at UTAS.
And you, I can't recall what the reason that they gave you for not converting your employment to ongoing, but was there a reason given?
the reason for me was that I had not worked a regular pattern of hours on an ongoing basis for the 6 months prior to 27th of March, which anyone who works in higher education in teaching, that's the period directly over the summer break, where is our largest break in employment.
Absolutely. That is completely outrageous. And from what I've heard from others is that there wasn't even a reason given, that the space where they were supposed to give reason was just reason
Yeah.
was written there in brackets. It's
Yeah, there were a series of
completely
generic
unacceptable.
emails.
Yeah. Absolutely
Without
atrocious.
specific responses to your own circumstances. Yeah.
Just one last question to you. What would you recommend to us as a committee to take forward in terms of addressing this issue of such huge casualization in the university sector?
I think there are a few things. I think clearer definitions for casuals around our roles and responsibilities to better protect their exploitation, and also to make it clearer for our employees. I've experienced a lot of vagary around what my roles and responsibilities are. I often feel like my own senior management within my own college and school don't often know how to pay me when they're given me particular jobs or responsibilities. And I see that as the more responsibility I'm given, the more I'm no longer doing ad hoc work, and yet there's no clear definition of my role anymore. So, so as a result of that, I've been continuously used in coordination, which really should be a job for a permanent staff member. Largely, I would say, because of also issues with permanent workloads. So a lot of jobs and a lot of roles are coming to casuals that really should be part of an ongoing contract.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
No,
pathways.
keep going. Do you have more? No, just keep
I've
going.
got a few more.
No, keep
Pathways
going.
for conversion are really important, and part of that is provision of training and career progression. And another thing is clear laws around the time limits around fixed term contracts. At UTAS, I've experienced being given 10-month contracts, so there's a deliberate break again from the end of November or early December before I pick up again at the beginning of the teaching year. So there's what feel like very deliberate actions to mean that you don't ever get a continuous run of contracts. That means you can prove and ask for conversion. Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's become a business model for universities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chair, I just have one question for Ms. O'Neill, if that's all right.
I'm sorry, Senator Faruqi, we're really running hard up against time. If you're able to put it on notice, but if we have spare time at the end, then we'll certainly go back to you. Thank you, Senator. Last night, the Fair Work Commission ruled, Ms. O'Neill, in favour of the Australian Workers' Union, that horticulture workers paid piece rates are entitled to at least the casual minimum wage. How significant is that decision?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. This is a hugely significant decision, as we've seen widespread exploitation of workers throughout the horticulture industry, where we had this anomaly where under the award, it was still the case that workers' pay was related to the rate, the quantity they picked, rather than having any floor or minimum that they could rely on. You would know, Senator, I'm very familiar with this, having seen the impact of piece rate in the clothing industry in my history in the Textile Clothing and Footwear Union. And it's a very important win that the AWU has had for workers in the horticultural sector to increase both the rates of pay and the security of employment for workers in horticulture.
I just want to go, it seems to me that any company in Australia that cannot pay at least the minimum wage is not operating a viable business model. Of course, it's important in this circumstance of horticulture to consider market power of companies like Aldi and Woolworths, etc., to ensure that growers are also paid enough to pay their workers fairly. Was it disappointing that employer groups opposed this application and that the federal government did not lend any support to the application?
Look, I think that you would have hoped that in 2021 there would have been a common view that it was well past the time where workers had no minimum rate of pay that they could rely on. This is a throwback to a long gone era. And so I think it was short-sighted and disappointing of employers. I know that some, in fact, have had a business, not all, but some have had a business model that's been reliant on not having a minimum wage apply in that sector. And I would say that that's a flawed business model that has no place in Australia any longer, if it ever did. And in relation to the federal government, unfortunately, it does not surprise me that they did not intervene to ensure that every worker in Australia has a right to a minimum wage. Again, it seems that the approach adopted to these issues by the federal government, by and large, has been to follow the lead of the employer organisations rather than to look at a case on its merits and act to insert fairness into our system.
Thank you. During the process of this inquiry, we received evidence from some farmers that they do pay the minimum wage. And however, for many years, we've had a system where employers could also rip off temporary migrants and pay them just a few dollars an hour for back-breaking work. But what flow-on impact has this had for Australian workers' wages, and particularly in the regions?
Well, this has had an impact, of course, firstly on those workers in horticulture who have come into Australia, migrant workers on short-term visas, and then hoping in many cases that they were coming to a country that would treat them fairly and recognise their rights and safety, and instead experiencing in some cases what can only be equated to modern slavery in terms of their lack of access to safe work, horrific injuries, people withholding their passport, removal of rights to basically receive a minimum wage and fair conditions. So it firstly has that exploitative effect on the workers that have come in. Secondly, of course, we hear a lot from the government now with the introduction of this so-called agricultural visa, but also from many employers in horticulture and other sectors to say there's a shortage. Well, what's missing in this debate, Senator, is independent verified evidence about a genuine labour shortage. Because when you look at the figures, and we know that in Australia, we're getting on now 9 years, close to a decade of stagnant wages, when there isn't effort put into attracting workers on the basis of providing better wages and conditions, then how can you call that a labour shortage? I mean, the basic model should be that if there's a shortage of workers prepared to work for you, then offer them a bit more and see what happens. So what there's a shortage of is a preparedness to pay better wages and conditions. And this is often dressed up as a labour and skills shortage. I'm not saying there's not legitimate incidences of labour shortages in some cases in horticulture, but the widespread notion that this is an endemic problem across the country, I just do not accept, because we also look at unemployment for young people at the moment across Australia being at 9.3%. And if you go into the regions, those figures skyrocket. So the notion that there is somehow not local workers available to do the job is not properly investigated. And the requirements in terms of labour market testing that are in place are so weak. I mean, an ad that can run for a year on Seek is not a genuine test about whether there's local workers available to do the job.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I've many other questions I'd like to ask you, but because of time, I'll have to go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just take us back to the casual conversion? It's been a couple of months now. Could you maybe tell us what you're seeing from the union's perspective in terms of how those conversions are going? That the evidence we've heard so far is not good.
Is that for me, Senator?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Thanks very much. Senator, what we are hearing is firstly the evidence that I gave earlier on, and I understand you've spoken, and of course the evidence of Ms Adkin in relation to what's happening in the higher education sector, where there's been basically standard template emails without even bothering to indicate why someone's being refused, telling people that they're not going to be converted to permanent. And because of the big loophole that was introduced into the legislation around conversion, which allows an employer to say that it's not reasonable for their business to offer conversion, that is, you can drive a truck through it literally. So that means that we've seen very little real impact of workers who you would have hoped would have seen a positive impact of being offered permanent employment. The number of workers that we hear anecdotally across all sectors who've been able to access that change to the Fair Work Act to their benefit to be recognised as a permanent employee has been very small. And that's across all sectors. You've also, of course, got to add to that, Senator, the impact of the pandemic. So many workers, casual workers and insecure workers, are in the sectors that have been smashed so hard by lockdowns and the very necessary steps we all took to be safe, but some sectors felt it more than others. So if you're in hospitality, if you're in tourism, if you're in aviation, higher education, as we heard, all of those sectors also have a higher predominance of casual work. Those workers lost their jobs, and so the notion of or had reduced hours or changed hours. So the point that Antonio raised earlier, that the test of the period of time covered a period of time when we're in a pandemic. So looking back to say, well, have you worked regular hours, etc., over that time? There's nothing usual about what has happened over this time. And so that also allowed employers to escape really meeting what should have been an obligation to offer those people permanent work.
So in terms of, we've heard some evidence from various industries, in terms of how this whole process has rolled out and what the numbers, obviously the numbers that we've just heard are quite astounding in terms of the lack of conversion. Do you have any, are you gathering any of that data on a more broader industry base?
Yeah, Senator, we are, of course, union by union, tracking what's happening across the sectors. An example that's in fact close to home for those of you that are in Canberra, I think maybe Senator, one or two of you are in Canberra at the moment, that we had that came about, in fact, a woman called Hillary, who's a 58-year-old freelance photographer who lives in Queanbeyan, just across the border, and all her clients, including the public service, dried up during lockdown and during COVID, and she lost work, then was reliant on the government's disaster payment, which was a lifesaver. She describes it as an absolute lifesaver, and thinking about going to Woolies and actually being able to afford to buy food. But now, of course, has seen that payment axed, even though we all know for people in jobs, insecure jobs like Hillary, their jobs have not come back to normal levels. So, and we know across the country that the number of people who are in underemployment, receiving not enough hours for what they need, has grown significantly over this period too. So the double whammy of not being able to get back to normal levels of employment, being underemployed, and then losing the disaster payment prematurely has had a terrible impact, really plunging Hillary and many others back into poverty. And so your question about, we are tracking all of this across the union movement, looking at what's happening in different sectors and industries, and of course advocating for support that's still needed and ongoing for many sectors who have not seen the end of the impact of COVID.
If you could provide us with any of that data, I appreciate that this is all happening post-September, but any of that data would be very, very useful. Thank you very much. I have to wind up now because we've run out of time.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks again. Thank you, Senator Grogan. And Ms Atkin, you offered to share your material that was sent to you regarding emails, I understood a letter on your that your failure to be considered as a permanent employment. If you'd mind making that available to the committee, that would be a great deal of assistance.
Yep, sure.
And if you need to make any further submissions on that, then you're welcome to do that at the same time as well.
Great, thank you.
Senator,
Well, thank you.
Senator, could I, sorry, just for one moment say, can I just thank Ms. Atkin for joining me today? I really appreciate what is quite courageous evidence that she gave today, given her circumstances. So I just wanted to go on the record thanking her on behalf of the ACTU.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I
Thank you.
echo that as well, and I know the rest of the committee does this too. And now, thank you for your evidence today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. We now adjourn till 11:45. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Denman from Uber, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small, Senator Karen Grogan, and Senator Maureen Faruqi. The Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Who'd like to go first?
I'm Dominic Taylor, the General Manager of the mobility business here in Australia and New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Matthew Denman, the General Manager for the delivery business at Uber across Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Denman. I note that Uber has provided submissions 19 and 19.1 to the committee. Would you like to make any amendments or additions to those submissions?
Thank you, Chair. Just refer the committee to our opening statement at our previous appearance and both of our submissions, and otherwise happy to take questions from the committee.
Good, thank you very much. That applies to you too, Mr. Taylor?
Correct.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. And thank you for allowing us to go straight to questions. We do have a limited amount of time. And I'll now invite members of the committee to ask questions. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, both. Thank you for coming here to answer our questions. I just want to go to a news story from The Guardian, which was published in August this year, in which Uber drivers had told The Guardian Australia that the Uber app was still offering drivers in locked down Sydney LGAs jobs that breached lockdown restrictions and did not distinguish between trips that were allowed and those that were not. And this is a good 2 months or, after strict lockdowns or strict lockdown orders had been placed in Greater Sydney area, including Blue Mountain, Central Coast, Wollongong and Shell Harbour. So I'm just wondering, when did Uber become aware of this situation?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Obviously, during COVID and the many lockdowns, I'm sure you can understand that information was evolving quickly and rapidly, and so we worked closely with the various regulators and safety bodies in ensuring that we were adhering to the right levels of regulation. With regards to specifics around the LGAs, what I can confirm is that we were the only rideshare company which changed the dispatch properties of the trips that we sent to drivers based on the area in which they lived. And so essentially what we did is, if a driver, for example, was in the Fairfield LGA, we would only send them trips that begun and ended in the Fairfield LGA. No other rideshare company did that. That was obviously a hard decision, and that was a decision that impacted the earnings of drivers in those areas. And it meant that the quality of the service that we were able to provide to the whole of Sydney was also impacted. But we did that because it's the right thing to do. We didn't want driver partners breaking the law. With regards to timing, I agree. The initial stance was to provide drivers with information around not accepting trips that would take outside the LGAs. That's because it took us a period of time in order to build this solution. This was a bespoke solution that we built with engineers in San Francisco, working with my team here in Australia to ensure that we complied with those regulations.
So when was this app updated? That was my question. How far down into the lockdown did it happen?
It was for the majority of the time that the LGA restrictions were in place. And obviously, as each LGA was added to that, we added more LGAs to that. But let me please take on notice the exact date that we implemented those change. What I can confirm was that was revoked with the pass-through of the 70% vaccination rate in New South Wales as the LGA rule subsided.
Sure. If you could just take that on notice and let us know when that was changed, what date was it that the app was changed to allow for the restriction accommodation?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I also know that quite a few drivers were actually concerned during that time. They were worried that if they canceled their jobs, which they weren't actually allowed to take due to the restrictions, they were worried about kind of losing access to the feature. Do you know if any drivers during that time lost access to the feature?
So there's a few parts to that. So firstly, what I'll say is any cancellation regarding a safety matter doesn't impact a driver's cancellation rate, which they see within their app. I think the program that you're referring to is a program called Uber Pro. And in effect, this is a loyalty program for drivers, which allows them to get access to cheaper fuel, cheaper maintenance, etc. Within that, what we were able to do, due to the unforeseen circumstances of lockdown and the LGAs, is we were able to extend all drivers' status on the Pro program so that it wasn't impacted because of changes that were occurring in New South Wales throughout the last 6 months. So what I can confirm is that drivers, with regard to the Uber Pro program, in by no means were worse off because of actions that they were forced to take because of public health orders that were in place around the impacted LGAs.
Mm-hmm. We've heard from many Uber drivers that during COVID, obviously it was a very difficult time. Was there any support provided to our drivers during that time in terms of financial support, for example, safety equipment like masks and other things?
Yeah. It was certainly a tough time for the business and in particular the mobility business and for drivers on board. That said, we took it as our responsibility to help drivers understand the rapidly changing circumstances. And so we were communicating with drivers much more than we would normally, helping them to understand changes, restrictions, any new rules that were created around masks, etc., any access that they may be able to get to government subsidies and how they could use their Uber documentation to help access those subsidies. We were able to create a first-in-class program where if a driver was infected and had to self-isolate for 14 days, financially, we paid them an amount during that time. And then finally, as you note, there was a period of time where it was so difficult to access good PPE. And so we used our global scale and we were able to provide our drivers with access to Dettol hand wipes and infectants that would allow them to keep themselves, their customers, and their car clean. Senator, happy to there's a whole raft of things that we did. So I'd be happy to provide a longer form list that solves for completeness there.
Sure. The ACTU's submission to this inquiry has noted that Uber describes their drivers as Uber entrepreneurs who have no boss, the ability to make good money, and the freedom to work when and where they like. But as they explain further, this hype really belies the reality of substandard pay and conditions, unsafe work practices, and we've heard that many times in this inquiry. Uber drivers work under conditions and rates that are unilaterally determined by Uber, not by those entrepreneurs. They aren't able to hire people, scale up, or make their own business decisions, and they regularly earn well below minimum wage. So I guess my question to you is, how can we accept that this entrepreneur label is not misleading in the circumstances that Uber drivers have to work in?
Happy to step in there, Senator. I think, firstly, ultimately, what we do see that certain drivers are entrepreneurial and they make choices about when and how they work in a way that obviously that seeks to maximise their earnings. And so, to that extent, there is a level of entrepreneurialism. I think the key feature that we know that drivers love is the flexibility of the platform. And so when we talk about what is great about the Uber platform for drivers and delivery partners, it is flexibility, allowing them to go online when and where they want. However, and I think we've made this clear in submissions to this committee in our previous appearance, we don't believe that the flexibility should come at the cost of security and protections. And so I think there's a few things that I think you've called out there. I think earnings and safety are the two main ones. If I touch on each briefly, on earnings, what we see is that we believe that earnings on the platform are fair. And what we actually see in the data is that if you look at the period of engaged time, that is when a driver is accepted a trip and when they finish a trip, and that is the time when obviously we have the most ability to influence payment. Outside of that, they could be on other platforms, they could be doing other things, they have no obligation to accept a trip. When you look at that engaged period, over 98% of drivers across the mobility and the delivery platform in Australia across a 2-week period are earning over minimum wage after costs. So we don't believe it is accurate to suggest that drivers on our platform are earning are consistently earning below minimum wage. That's just not what we see in the data. On safety, we share the committee and the community's interest in ensuring that everyone is safe on our platform. Clearly, all of the work that's happening on our platform is happening on the roads, and the road safety is incredibly complex, and there of course is a range of causes for accidents and risks that exist on the road. And so what we need to do is take a safe systems approach, use the technology and communications and tools that we have to educate drivers about how to be safe. Also work with regulators and government to pursue safer outcomes, but ultimately to ensure that the people earning on our platform are being as safe as they possibly can be. However, if I just finish on the safety point, and then things do go wrong. And that's why there does need to be protections around what happens when things do go wrong. And that's why in 2018, we led the industry in Australia by rolling out, and we spoke about this at our last appearance, a minimum insurance and an accident insurance package that supports drivers if something does go wrong. And we have in our submissions said that this should be industry-wide. All platforms should be required to provide this level of coverage. And in fact, we should have a national system and we're open to engaging on what that might look like. So we do believe that the chief benefit of our platform is the flexibility it provides. But we agree with the sentiment that has to come with protections, and we think that what's happening at the moment is reasonable and fair. That being said, we are open and keen to engage on proposals to improve the quality of work that's happening on our platform.
Yeah, clearly your reasonable and fair reality is very different to the drivers who work on ground, who have been telling us again and again of how they consistently earn, many of them consistently earn less than minimum wage, and that personal security is a huge issue, which is not taken seriously by Uber. But I know that my time has run out, so I leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
And thank you very much, Senator Faruqi. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. Good afternoon, depending on where you are. There's been a number of discussions within this inquiry about the fact that your workers aren't classified as employees and they don't have access to any rights under the National Employment Standards. And in your arguments today and also this morning, the word flexibility is the one that keeps coming up. In fact, on page 4 of your submission, you say that 78% of your driver partners signed up because of the flexibility opportunities. But the challenge here is the flexibility to earn at any time is what you say you offer your workers in place of those rights and protections. But there's a disparity in the potential earnings between different times of the day. Can you talk to us a little bit about what that disparity looks like? Because there is a window of 6 hours, 2 3-hour blocks in the day where you've given us the wage amount, but then there's the idea of the flexibility, yet 6 hours a day isn't particularly flexible.
Happy to take that, Senator. The hours that you refer to is related to the delivery business and a report that was released by Accenture earlier in the year, which was a cause of some discussion at our last appearance at this committee. So I can comment on the delivery business, and then we'll let Dom speak to the mobility business. When we released that report, we used peak times because we believe that is consistent with when the best earning periods are on the delivery platform, given that we're delivering restaurant food and that's when people eat. And so there's a number of hours in the week, if you look at all 7 days and lunch and dinner, that does still create a bunch of flexibility for earners on our platform. That being said, and so that's why we thought that was appropriate for that report to give people an indication of what was happening on the platform. That being said, we appreciate the committee has interest in earnings at other times and in other places, and so I can confirm for the delivery business, we've taken a look at the last 6 weeks, which includes a period of time where Sydney and Melbourne were in lockdown, and then obviously a period of time where both cities were out of lockdown, to try and have a reasonable comparison. And I can confirm that on the delivery business across all hours and in all cities and towns in Australia, the average earnings per hour before costs is $29, has been $29 an hour. I can pass to Dom on mobility.
Happy to jump in there, Senator. And likewise, on the mobility side of the business, over the last 6 weeks, in all areas in which we operate in Australia, excluding tips, the number was $32.25, and that is before driver costs.
So that's the average of all hours, peak, off-peak, the whole box and dice.
Correct, Senator.
The challenge, of course, is the variability across that. And I think as I was getting to previously, it's that flexibility piece, the difference between the flexibility of being able to log on to an app at any point in time. When we've heard from various people that the wages that they're seeing, or the hourly rate they're seeing, is much closer to 10. That the flexibility doesn't actually exist. If you're not working at those peak times, then you're not actually able to add that together. What you've given us here is a peak plus trough number. And I think what the committee has been asking for some time is the actual numbers at those different periods of time. Do you actually have that broken down into different sections of time, is what we're after?
We don't, Senator, but I would refer back to the comment I made earlier. And I think the point that we've been making in all of our appearances and submissions is that we provide that earnings per hour number across all hours. And just to be clear, it's not peak or trough, or it's every hour across the week. And so you would expect that a drivers would naturally, that creates a lot of opportunities to earn. And if you assume that a driver is working an average number of hours and obviously choosing to pick the time for earning, that they should on average earn that amount. But the key point that I think we've made, that we're making, is that, again, if you look at all the engaged time and you look over a fortnightly period, almost all drivers for that engaged period are earning over minimum wage plus costs. And we do believe, we appreciate that the committee is interested in earnings floors and guarantees around earnings. And so what we've said and what we believe is that we need to protect the flexibility, but we don't have an issue and are supportive of looking at proposals to introduce minimum guarantees around that engaged period, because if you do that, that allows drivers to have the flexibility, but it does mean that when they are engaged on a trip with Uber, they are earning a minimum amount. And what we're seeing right now, and actually have seen even for earlier in the year, this was true and it's true now, is that almost all drivers taken over a 2-week period are earning over minimum wage after costs during that engaged period.
So then why would it be so bad to introduce a minimum wage then?
Well, we're not opposed to any policy proposal or the intent of creating a minimum standard for that engaged period. And we made that point in our submission, and we made that point at our last appearance. I think sometimes the discrepancy here is we don't believe it is possible to introduce a minimum wage across all online time. And the reason being is if you did that, necessarily we would have to have a situation where drivers could only be on one platform. They would have to have set shifts, and we would need to control where and how they were earning on the platform. And you raised the 78% figure. The fact is that 80% of drivers tell us that if they lost the flexibility that the platform provides, then they simply wouldn't partner with Uber anymore. And so that would mean people lose earnings opportunities, and it would mean that the services that we provide, we wouldn't be able to provide. But we are fully supportive of any proposals or any process to look at how we can introduce minimum guardrails around earnings or minimum standards around earnings that protect that flexibility that we believe and that drivers tell us is key.
So in your submission on page 21, it sets out 4 principles of quality platform work. And one of those is earnings and benefits being fair and transparent earnings and access to a reliable safety net. So you're saying that you think that transparent understanding about the earnings is important, yet you're only willing to provide the average hourly rate in peak times, and the rest is a sort of smoothing of the entire period. Do you not feel that transparency, I mean, the committee has asked you a couple of times, and I believe you were even given a question in advance about understanding what those different times of the day costs or payments might look like. Does that not lead to what you claim as your commitment to transparency?
Well, obviously, we're trying to provide the committee and the community with a baseline understanding of what's happening on the platform. The reality is that the earnings across each driver are very different, and it can be dependent on when they drive or where they drive or the choices they make when they drive. And the system does give them the flexibility to make those choices. And whilst it's not the case that what is true is that there is a level of entrepreneurialism that they are undertaking. And so it is really hard for us to give exact numbers about what the earnings will be for every single driver when they come onto the platform, because it depends a lot on what they do. So there is no.
But you're quite happy to give the peak mealtime number.
The number that Dom and I provided before was for all hours of the week. The $29 figure was for all hours of the week over the last 6 weeks. We appreciate that the committee wanted to see more than the peak hour number. We believe that the peak hour number that was provided in the extension number, and again, this was only for the delivery business. For the mobility business, the numbers that have been provided have always been all hours. But for the delivery business, given the nature of the business, that is delivering food, and given that people eat food at set times, really across a small window of hours during the day, there's some common sense in thinking about the earnings opportunity in those times. However, in advance of this session, because we understand the committee is interested to understand what's happening in all hours and in all towns and cities, we've gotten that number, and that number is $29 per hour. What is really difficult to do is to guarantee to any driver when they're coming onto the platform that you will earn X, because it is so dependent on the choices that they make when they come onto the platform. But as I was saying, we don't think that it's impossible to have at least a minimum floor on that earnings, so long as we're doing it for that engaged period. And as I said, as it currently stands, almost all drivers across a 2-week period are earning above minimum wage after costs on that engaged period. And what's really important to remember is that when we compare this type of work versus more traditional employment, we could put this minimum floor in place. And as I said, we're keen to engage in that conversation. But that is still just a floor, and it actually allows those drivers and some to maximise their earnings and earn far more. And there are plenty of drivers who earn well in excess of minimum wage because of the choices that they make. And so we don't want those drivers to lose the opportunity and flexibility to do that.
So we're running out of time. I do have more questions and some serious concerns about the transparency and the utilisation of flexibility as the golden bullet. But I will pass over to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning. If I can pick up on this conversation we've been having, when you mentioned that those figures, say for the rideshare business or mobility business, as you call it, of $32.25 an hour for online time, just to be clear, is that for online time or engaged time?
Senator, confirming that is for all time on the app. So that will include times where people are engaged, as well as when they're not engaged, where they may be taking trips on competitor apps. They may be doing all sorts of things. That's well within their right to do what they want in that period where they're not engaged.
So effectively, the data you've presented showing the average of online time, $32.25 an hour in the the mobility business, is just for Uber alone, and it is entirely plausible, in fact, given your survey data, entirely likely that driver partners are working for other platforms and therefore earning on other platforms at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. The survey that we got back suggested 40% of drivers and delivery people are driving, operating on other platforms at any point in time.
And maybe even just to add another example of where that data might be understating what's happening, that wouldn't include commute time, for instance. So normally a driver will turn their app on as soon as they get in the car, and that would be included in that online time. Obviously, if you were to compare it to other forms of traditional employment, commute time would not be compensated. So it speaks to how difficult it is to give a complete representation of what the earnings are, given drivers could be doing all sorts of other things during that time.
That's interesting. So when a partner is online but not engaged, what obligations do they have to Uber?
Well, what we see is a range of activities. What we see is that many drivers don't accept many trips that we send them, and that's fine. They're online. You know, we have people who are studying, and so we see they can be reading their lecture notes, listening to their lecture notes in downtime. They can be making calls to family overseas, and if they're still on that call and another trip came in, they're in no way required to accept that trip. They can be completing the daily shop for the family. This is it's completely within the driver's control which trips they will choose to accept and complete.
So during the time that there's a national average earning of $32.25 an hour, they are under no obligation whatsoever to actually accept any particular task from you.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. We heard earlier from an Uber driver that he stated the range of earnings could be as low as $20 an hour, but as high as $60 an hour working in Sydney. Does Uber have any maximum cap on the amount of money that a driver can earn in any 1 hour?
No. There's no actual cap in place.
Yep. Obviously, there's physical limits, but no, that's also very useful to understand. We've heard a lot this morning about flexibility from a variety of perspectives. I think the perspective that matters most is the actual riders themselves, the partners rather. How does Uber actually engage with your partners to come to the understanding that you do? Like where you say 4 and 5 value flexibility above many other things. How does that actually come to be an understanding?
Yeah, sure. I can start here, and Matt, happy to jump in. So obviously, in any given day, we've got a 24/7 support team that is talking and communicating with drivers across several different channels for that response that drivers need quickly and any questions that they might have. We then also periodically carry out surveys, and so we've shown the committee the survey we ran last December of 18,000 drivers, and we asked drivers what's working well and what's working not so well. And let me give you an example. They told us that our customer support wasn't up to scratch last December. And that was because of a number of hard decisions that we needed to make in COVID around our support modalities. And what we could see is that was the wrong call and that we needed a live support function. And so we brought back phone support in March and April of this year. We listened to this data and we act on it. Finally, we've now had a number of advisory board committees. This is 16, I believe it is, drivers that I meet with, as well as members of my team. Matt does the same with 16 delivery people. That is facilitated by a third-party consultant that handpicked based on expressions of interest from drivers, and we sit down and have a very good conversation for over several hours every few months, and they tell us what's working and what's not, and you know, we then take those actions and we report back to the remaining 100,000 drivers and delivery people and say, this is what we heard, and this is what we're going to do about it. We run a business that is predicated on continuous improvement and putting customers at the heart of what we do, and so we're doing that across several different forums.
And I think just to add on that, I mean, look, on flexibility. Oh, sorry, Senator.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
On flexibility, you know, obviously, yeah, we ask surveys, and I think the last survey we ran, I think 20% of the over 100,000 drivers and delivery partners earning on our platform replied, and 80% of them said that flexibility was the most important thing, the reason they joined, and if they didn't have the flexibility, they wouldn't partner with Uber anymore. But beyond survey data, you just need to talk to a driver. If anyone gets in the back of an Uber and asks them what do they like about Uber, it's the flexibility. That's what they'll tell you. And so there's plenty of stories, anecdotes out there about people who've lost their job and immediately needed to earn money, carers who are trying to fit this around their commitments, single parents, retirees, etc., who are using Uber to fit around the rest of their life in a way that normal traditional employment wouldn't. I know someone who owns a restaurant who was saying that when the lockdowns in Sydney first happened and they had to stand down their staff, their chefs signed up to be Uber Eats delivery partners. They were delivering within, I think, 24 hours after they passed their background checks, etc., and were earning money. So it comes through clearly in the survey data we get, but you just need to talk to any Uber driver or delivery partner, and they'll tell you very clearly that flexibility is the thing that they love about the platform.
Indeed. I'm starting to run out of time, but if I can ask another final question. After we had Uber in front of the committee in Sydney, I know that you and a number of other gig platform providers developed and rolled out the National Principles for Safety. Can you briefly articulate what impact that has had on the Uber business or the experience of your partners?
Well, we obviously, we know that what happened last year across the food delivery industry was tragic, and we believe that Uber is the industry leader. We believe we're leading the industry on safety before that, and we've taken a number of steps and introduced a number of initiatives since then. However, we know that delivery partners are earning across multiple platforms, and so it doesn't help if there are other players in the category who aren't living up to a certain standards. And so we're really pleased that it was a world first effort across the industry in Australia to agree to minimum standards around things like education, insurance, PPE, etc. And we think that those minimum standards create a commitment from everyone in the industry to deliver on that. And obviously, there's a risk to any platform if they don't deliver on that, is that they won't be able to sort of maintain their role or their place in those principles. So we think that's a really important step. That said, we as a platform need to keep doing more. The industry needs to keep doing more. There's been a process running in New South Wales producing industry guidelines that we've participated in fully, and will continue to do so. So safety is an ongoing priority, and it is something that needs to be a priority in perpetuity. And we think it's important that the industry has a joint effort on that. But it's one of many tools or approaches that we all need to take to make sure that we're making our platform as safe as possible.
Thanks for your time, and thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much, Senator Small. We just want to confirm, and whether this applies to Sydney or is it Australia-wide, the $29 per hour over the last 6 weeks for Uber Eats, is that for every time of the day over the last 6 weeks?
Correct, Chair. In all towns and cities that we operate in Australia.
The drivers committee you mentioned, they're appointed by one of your consultants. Are they able to negotiate rates?
So it's a forum. We haven't discussed earnings rates at a meeting that we've had yet.
Are they able to raise issues of unfair dismissals?
Senator, with regards to losing access to the platform, we have articulated all the reasons on a public-facing website that I'm happy to share why people could lose access. And we have...
Sorry, Mr. Taylor, you may have misunderstood my question. The question was, the company selected drivers, are they allowed to, and do they come up with unfair dismissal claims at those meetings that you hold?
No, but they provide us with...
No, thank you. You just answered it. I appreciate you've explained before about how that committee operates. Just want to ask a question. Commission, do you receive a commission or payment for any of your platforms for insurance, fuel, or maintenance?
Sorry, Senator, could you...
You said that there's some recommended options for drivers to use, and you're implying that it's at lower rates. And I was just asking the question, do you receive a commission or payment for insurance, for fuel, for maintenance, those companies that you recommend?
So Senator, I can confirm that 100% of the savings that we negotiate are passed through to the drivers. There's no financial benefit to us.
Are you aware that all hours, the minimum casual rate's $28.98?
Senator, I believe that's in regards to casual work, and that the national minimum wage is $20.33 currently.
And that the casual rate of $28.98 includes superannuation. Are you aware that that's a figure, or you're not?
As we've noted, casual work is different to the nature of work on Uber for a number of reasons. One is access to the platform, that there is no interviews. The second is that drivers aren't paid on an hourly basis. The third is the freedom that drivers retain the right to choose which trips they take. And finally, if we think about the nature of a casual role, you've got a set shift, you've got a set time, you've got a set uniform. None of these things exist on the Uber platform today.
But they are working, aren't they? They're working for you, aren't they? Isn't there a commonality that people at work about whether they get minimum rates? And the fact is, for the hours that you've said people get paid, they get paid, and you've said in this occasion, there's $29. And those drivers have to provide workers' comp, they have to take out fuel, insurance, maintenance costs, and the Transport Industry Council in Victoria has put those costs at $13.78. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that report, Senator. As you know, the report for Alpha Beta that was conducted in 2019 calculated that for the rideshare side of the business in Sydney, the average hourly cost was in the realms of $8.50, $8.46 to be precise.
Will you be surprised to hear that calculation was done in conjunction with independent research? The Road Transport Employer Association, the union, and the department to go through the cost formulas. Are you aware of that?
So are you referring to the figure that you...
Transport Industry Council, yes.
Senator Wynne, I don't think we're aware of that figure, but obviously we had Accenture and Alpha Beta undertake an analysis that looked specifically at the costs for someone earning on the Uber platform, and it varies between whether you're a ride-sharing driver or driving a car on the delivery platform, or on a motorbike, or on a bicycle. And so we believe that the analysis that was undertaken to get to those cost figures is robust for the Uber platform.
You told us earlier in the year the average rate of pay in Sydney at peak meal times, Uber Eats, was about $20. Now you're telling me the rates of pay across all times are $29. What's the reason that that's increased?
Well,
your assertion.
The $21.55 from the Accenture report earlier in the year was after costs, so the comparable figure is a little bit higher, closer to 25. We have seen, as a result of the behaviour change that's happened during the pandemic, we have seen increase in the demand for food delivery. We've also we've broadened our services into other verticals and other products, which smooths out the demand across the day. And so we have seen an increase in earnings as a result of that. And our belief is that we will continue to see elevated earnings given the changes that's happened to the demand of the community for our services as a result of the pandemic.
Good, thanks very much for your time. I just want to if you come back to me on this question, and that is that so you're paying $15.22 an hour for labour. The labour is providing its own workers' comp. Because if you take out the $13.78 from your $29, it's $15.22 per hour that people are being paid. You have a drivers committee that hasn't got power to negotiate rates or deal with unfair dismissals. And you've done some internal research. And you mentioned that you are supportive of minimum standards, but you opposed Proposition 22 in California, which legislated minimum standards across the sector and spent quite some tens of millions of dollars along with other parties. And one report was saying it was over $300 million spent. What do you say to that?
Well, Proposition 22, we actually supported. Proposition 22 was passed in a ballot initiative in California. What Proposition 22 did in California was actually create minimum standards for platform work, and it created minimum standards that are similar to what we've proposed to this committee and in our submissions. That is a minimum earnings guarantee around engaged time, as well as things like insurance and so forth that we already provide in Australia, and in United States, where this is more of an issue than in Australia, it creates a portable benefits fund for healthcare. Our proposal that we've made in our submissions and made to this committee in both of our appearances is that there is an opportunity to create protections for platform work in Australia. Our ask or our recommendation is that we do so and we look into that on the basis that we respect and protect the flexibility of the work, and that we recognise that the work is unique and distinct from that of traditional employment. And as long as we do that, we stand ready, willing, and are very committed to engage with all stakeholders and with government on how we can do that.
Well, I do note that Proposition 22, that you spent those tens of millions of dollars along with other companies to stop minimum standards and minimum employment rights for gig workers. It wasn't you were giving people more rights. In actual fact, you're taking rights away from them. And also, I'm very mindful that the figures that we've just gone through, that even under your own figures, and I might add their internal figures, obviously, that it's $15.22 an hour that on average that workers are getting paid when you take out standing costs. And that was struck, as I said, for the Transit Industry Council regarding some of the costing models. So I think there's a very, very different view from what you're putting to or implying to what the reality is. But I want to thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. And if there's any, your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. Have a good afternoon. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks. I
Now, welcome Mr. Fuller and Mr. Cooley from Amazon Australia, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I am joined by Senator Ben Small, Senator Karen Grogan, and Senator Maureen Faruqi. The Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Craig Fuller. I'm Amazon's Director of Operations in Australia.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Michael Cooley. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Amazon Australia.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Amazon Australia has lodged submission 114 with the committee. Would you like to make any amendments or additions to that submission?
No, Senator.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite the Amazon Australia to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you have prepared a longer opening statement, you may email it to the Secretariat for incorporation in Hansard, and we'll give an opportunity for all of us to read it as well. So over to you, Mr. Fuller.
Thank you, Senator. It's Mr. Cooley here. I'll read the short opening statement. I want to start by providing an update on Amazon Australia's continuing investments in the local economy and communities. Recent months have brought profound challenges to households and businesses around Australia managing the impacts of the pandemic. Through this time, our focus has been on the positive contribution we can make locally and the safety of our workforce. Like many Australian retailers, we have worked hard to provide our workforce with a safe working environment and our customers with safe access to everyday products. And those commitments to our workforce and our customers continue. Across all of our Australian businesses, Amazon now employs more than 4,000 people. We've created more than 1,100 permanent roles at our operation sites across the country this year, spanning a variety of roles, from highly skilled and specialist positions to entry-level jobs. Last month, we introduced a 3% increase to our hourly base pay rates for Amazon associates, meaning we now have a starting pay of $28.84 per hour plus benefits, including subsidised private healthcare and up to 20 weeks paid parental leave for eligible employees. When we last appeared before this committee, I advised that we were working towards 2/3 of our off-peak fulfilment centre staff across Australia being permanently employed by Amazon by the end of 2022. I'm pleased to confirm we are on track to reach that target by the end of this year alone. These roles are part of our growing Australian fulfilment network, which includes a new fulfilment centre in Melbourne, launched in August of this year. We now have 14 Amazon logistics sites providing customers across Australia with access to an enhanced delivery experience. We also now work with Amazon Flex delivery partners in 7 Australian cities, providing flexible earning opportunity for hundreds of people. We're continuing to work hard as we build our Australian retail business in this incredibly competitive sector and improve the well-being and safety of our workforce. We're of course happy to answer the committee's questions on these important issues. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Now to Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thank you for your opening statement. Can I just confirm that the pay for Amazon Flex drivers still sits at a minimum of $108 for a 4-hour block before costs? Is that correct?
So, Senator, we pay Amazon Flex drivers a minimum of $108 for for a 4-hour block, but our average rate is much higher. So for instance, in the month of October this year, the average rate paid to an Amazon Flex delivery partner for a 4-hour block was in fact more than $125.
And the previous figure you've given to this committee was 120, is that correct?
I don't have the previous figure from the earlier hearing in front of me.
Yeah, it was 120. But your base rate still sits at 108. So that's $27 an hour before superannuation and costs. Now, in your previous...
We've paid delivery partners in accordance with relevant owner-driver laws, including laws which specify rates. And these people are obviously independent contractors. And the determinations, as I understand it, take into account the costs incurred in setting those rates.
Yes, I believe you've given us that information previously. You would be aware now that shortly after your appearance, the Transport Workers Union wrote to the committee to say that they believed you've made some misleading statements about that. This has been published on the committee's page as submission 39.1, and it was also shared by the Secretariat this morning. Are you familiar with that letter?
So, Senator, I understand that there was a supplementary submission made. We received it for the first time 2 hours ago. I'm not aware, in fact, that it's on the committee's website. And yes, as I know, we received this only 2 hours ago. I also note that it's dated the 16th of June.
Yep. So it contends that those numbers that you're using don't actually deliver what you say, because the rate contained in the Victorian government rate cost basically says that a minimum rate for a courier using a vehicle of up to 1 tonne is $40.71 per hour. It also says that $26.93 labour costs and $13.78 variable and fixed costs is what makes up that $40.71. So the 27 an hour for your flex drivers is before costs, which would mean that there's a serious discrepancy, would you not say? And that it's $13.78 variable and fixed costs, or is that an intentional decision about how you've interpreted the rates? Because you have said on a number of occasions that you follow those rates that are published. You specifically referenced Victoria and New South Wales.
Senator, I haven't had a chance to review the submission to which you refer. We only received it 2 hours ago. It was obviously made many months ago. I can't explain why it wasn't provided to us well in advance of today in the circumstances. Nevertheless, I can assure the committee that we meet or exceed all relevant legal rates for our Amazon Flex delivery partners.
The evidence we have before us does not support that.
Well, that evidence will be incorrect, Senator.
Well, part of that evidence is the Transport Industry Council rates and cost schedules. Are you implying that the Transport Industry Council is incorrect?
Senator, we received submission 2 hours ago. I haven't had a chance to review it. It was made many months ago. There's nothing more that I have to add on this particular topic.
Well, the evidence we have before us would say that that the actual labour cost that your workers are receiving is $13.22. I would ask that you take this on notice and that you review the material that was sent to you this morning and come back to us with some understanding about how you've interpreted those rules and regulations and schedules that you have relied on in previous evidence, and give us your workings on how you believe that $108 for a 4-hour period complies with any of those.
Happy to take the question on notice, Senator.
Might also take you to some unanswered questions on notice as well, if I may. In question 25, there was a question asked about whether Amazon times or tracks the number of toilet breaks or water breaks that associates take. Your answer went to encouraging people to do so, but the question itself was about, do you track it? Not do you encourage it?
No, we don't track it, Senator.
You have no form of tracking that. Thank you.
No, Senator.
And then question 17, which again on notice, was about surveillance and the right of your workers to organise. And you've actually said that you answer that question. And I wonder if you would explain to us why you will not answer that question, given that point blank no answers is not something that's commonly provided to these type of committees.
Senator, sorry, can you just, which question are you referring to?
17.
Which begins, the ABC reported, is that correct? Was it a different question?
Yeah, the question was about the right of your workers to organise, which I guess goes to your to how you view the role of unions within your workplace, how you view the role of your workers to collectively look to their rights and to the protections of themselves.
So, Senator, just so question 17 that I have in front of me says the ABC reported. Can you refer me to the specific question to which you're referring, please?
I'm just rummaging for 17 now. We're running through on time, so I might hand back to the chair and come back to you on the content of 17, so as not to waste time.
Thanks very much, Senator. It's very helpful. Senator Small.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and good morning or afternoon, folks, if you're elsewhere. We, as a committee, have been invited by Amazon to your new warehouse in Sydney when possible. What sort of opportunities does Amazon see coming from the sorts of technologies and robotics that you have implemented there for your employees?
Senator Small, you've cut out.
Oh, am I back?
You're back now.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thanks, Chair. Sorry about that. So we've been invited to your new warehouse in Sydney. What sort of opportunities do you see for Amazon employees coming from the sorts of technologies and robotics that have been deployed in the warehouse?
Yeah, we're very excited about the opening of our robotics warehouse in Western Sydney. It's on schedule to open in the first quarter of 2022, and we look forward to hosting the community there to show you the technologies that we're rolling out in that centre. It's a significant investment of over $500 million and will create lots of employment opportunities. The roles that we have in these robotic centres are obviously new and exciting roles, and they involve roles from highly specialised computer science skills through to entry level jobs. We're working with the different tertiary institutions in the Western Sydney area to provide the relevant training and development skills. And we also have our own in-house training and development programs to make sure that we skill up the people with the relevant skills that are required to efficiently operate that site in a safe and efficient manner.
Okay, thank you. With the transition, I guess, out of COVID, what sort of measures does Amazon see as necessary, and what have you implemented for both employees and Amazon Flex as we move to sort of living with COVID?
Yes, from Amazon's point of view, we still have in place a lot of the processes and safety mechanisms that are required to keep a very safe COVID work environment. Since the pandemic started in March 2020, we've had things like mandated 2 metre social distancing, mandatory wearing of face masks, as well as a lot of sanitisation in the buildings and other measures to keep people safe. And we're maintaining those protocols in our buildings because you're absolutely right, living with COVID is what we have to do, and the best thing we can do is try and have first lines of safety in terms of face mask wearing and social distancing to ensure that people minimise the chance of spreading the virus. We're also testing in a couple of our Melbourne fulfilment centres, rapid antigen testing to make sure that we know that people are negative when they enter the sites, as a first line defence again against managing the pandemic. So we take the attitude that the pandemic we have to live with, but we need to keep in place these safety measures to ensure the health and safety of our employees on site.
Senator, you may also be interested to know that we've partnered with local health authorities, and we've actually taken the opportunity to bus associates within our fulfilment centres directly to vaccination centres. It's been very popular with our associates, and we've also recently announced an introduction of a bonus of $140 for all associates who get vaccinated. So we're very encouraging of our associates to be vaccinated, and we're really delighted with the partnerships that we've been able to strike with state governments to help support those efforts.
No, indeed. And what, in terms of the rapid testing, what process have you got in place there at the actual work site?
Yeah, the testing is just being implemented in the last week or so, and it's where once an associate comes to the workplace before they actually come on site. So we've set up a marquee in the car park of our fulfilment centre, and it's a simple test. It's non-invasive, and within 20 minutes we have the result. And so it's a good, quick, rapid test. It's the rapid antigen test that we're rolling out at our sites, and as I said, we're piloting it at the moment in Melbourne because that's where the hotspot is at the moment.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm from Western Australia, so we're possibly a little bit behind the eight ball there, given our very different COVID circumstance. What's next for Amazon in terms of its investment in Australia? Do you see growth opportunities and more jobs being created here in Australia, or is the sort of initial entry and expansion of Amazon now complete here?
In our opinion, online shopping is certainly a new and interesting retail option for Australian customers. And it was a privilege during the pandemic to actually provide essential products to customers, particularly when they were locked down. I think once people have sort of experienced the benefits of shopping online, it's a habit that they start to take on, and it's complementary to the existing retail shopping habits. And so our plans looking to the future is to try and respond to the demands and needs of the Australian customer. And as a result of that, we'll continue to look at opportunities to build our infrastructure. We'll keep investing in technologies, and we'll keep making sure that we create good opportunities for Australian workers.
And Senator, you may also be interested to know that as we sit here today, we've, for instance, got 400 offers out to our casual workforce for permanent full-time employment. So we are, really excited about these job opportunities that we're providing. We're excited about the permanent job opportunities, the opportunities to earn additional income casually, and also the flexible learning opportunities that we provide through a service like Amazon Flex.
That's quite extraordinary. So, is Amazon actively recruiting for new roles in Australia as well? I'm just interested in the context of Australia's, very low unemployment rate, how that's shaping your decisions as a business.
Yeah, we certainly want to try and be an employer of choice, and we know from our research that we do internally that 81% of our associates recommend to their family and friends that Amazon's a great place to work. And so we're continually trying to recruit and have good talent. We offer career opportunities. We provide in-house leadership programs such as the Step Up to Leadership program, so that we keep developing people, keep giving people challenging and interesting roles, and we also provide learning opportunities in our network.
And Senator Small, Mr. Fuller referred to our new robotics fulfilment centre in Kemps Creek earlier. That centre alone will employ about 1,500 people. And so we're very excited about the growing number of employment opportunities that we are providing to Australians, not only in Western Sydney, but around the country, including in Perth, you'll be pleased to hear.
Yeah, no, indeed. I'm as parochial as any other West Australian. A final question on this then. Do you have any data on the uptake of casual conversion within the business? So where you're making these offers to employees, do you have to hand any sort of percentage in terms of the acceptance rate?
The acceptance rate is reasonably high. As Mr. Cooley said in the opening, that we've accelerated our plans to offer permanent employment to our associates. By Christmas, 65% of our associates will have been offered permanent employment in the Amazon Fulfilment Network.
Yeah, okay, because I've sort of been asking this question of a number of different employers, and the results are quite variable. But look, thanks very much for your testimony this morning, and that's my time. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Small. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Cooley and Mr. Fuller. Mr. Cooley, I'm aware that you told the ABC in August 2021 that delivery drivers at Amazon Flex are expected to still attempt to deliver their packages, even if their 4-hour delivery block has expired. Is that correct?
So, Senator, we know that the delivery partners, that 90% of delivery blocks are actually completed in under the period of time that we've allocated to them. So the vast majority of blocks are completed in under that allocated period of time. However, we also acknowledge that in some circumstances it takes longer for delivery partners to deliver all their parcels. We ask that they deliver the parcels, and then what we do is that we compensate them for any additional time that they took to deliver those parcels. So we do that in two ways. The primary way in which we do it is proactively. So after 60 days, we go through a reconciliation process and we identify all instances where people have taken longer to deliver the parcels than the block allocated, and they're compensated for that additional time spent. Alternatively, the delivery partner, once completing the delivery of the parcels, can also ask us for a reconciliation there and then, and we'll review the delivery block and where appropriate make those payments.
Okay. Could you provide, and I'm sure you don't have the numbers now, but could you provide on notice the number of top-up applications that have been lodged since 2020, since the Amazon Flex started, and how many of them were successful?
Happy to take it on notice, Senator.
Yeah, great. And also, could you also provide for the other one, how many number of the drivers have been compensated, your other process of compensation for the extra time above 4 hours since 2020, since you started? Yeah, great. The ABC investigation also heard concerns that Amazon regularly terminates drivers without warning and with little explanation. So could you just take me quickly through what Amazon's process for terminating drivers is?
So, Senator, offboarding delivery partners from the service is a pretty rare occurrence. What we ask of delivery partners who sign on to deliver on behalf of Amazon Flex is to, when they accept a block, and they can accept a block up to 7 days in advance of the block time being allocated, when they accept a block, that they turn up to deliver the parcels on that day. Of course, we understand that sometimes life gets in the way and people need to make changes. So if they need to cancel a block, we ask that they do it 45 minutes before the commencement time of the block. So if they were to cancel an hour before the block, no problems at all. And then we ask them to actually deliver the parcels that have been allocated to them. Obviously, we use our best estimates to ensure that they have an appropriate number of parcels to deliver within the allocated block period, and that we know that we get that right in a very vast majority of cases. As I mentioned earlier, 90% of blocks are actually completed in under the time allocated, but nevertheless, we ask them to complete those blocks. If they do those things, which are reasonably straightforward things, then they will have no difficulty delivering parcels in an ongoing way with Amazon Flex.
Okay, so if they don't let you know, within that 45 minutes, what happens there? Like you terminated or off-boarded or whatever the term you use is?
No, Senator. So the vast majority of instances in which delivery partners are off-boarded from the service is where they repeatedly fail to turn up to deliver blocks that they've committed to delivering, or they repeatedly cancel blocks within 45 minutes of the commencement time, or they repeatedly fail to deliver the parcels that have been allocated to them. That is the vast majority of instances where people are off-boarded.
So how many, do you give them warnings and violations which lead to the termination? And do they know what the process is? Do they know how many kind of warnings they will have to receive before you terminate them, and is that clearly communicated to them?
So, Senator, a delivery partner would receive multiple warnings about the concerns that we have. For instance, as I mentioned, if someone's repeatedly failing to show up to deliver parcels when they've committed to doing so, they'll receive repeated warnings. Of course, in some instances, depending on the nature of the concern, if we became aware, for instance, that a delivery partner was abusive to a customer, then they may receive no warnings. They may be off-boarded immediately. So it depends on the nature of the concern that we have. But as I mentioned, in the vast majority of cases, delivery partners are off-boarded for failures to show up for blocks, for cancelling within 45 minutes of the commencement time, or failing to deliver parcels. They receive multiple messages about our expectations, and where they continue to do so, they're off-boarded.
So is this clearly communicated to them all, that these are the processes which will lead to off-boarding?
Senator, they are well aware of the processes, and they also have, importantly,
How are they communicated to them? How are these processes communicated to them?
We communicate with our Flex delivery partners in multiple ways, including through email, through text messages, through the Amazon Flex app as well, that the delivery partners can contact our help centre and speak to people. There are multiple ways in which we speak to and communicate with our delivery partners.
Okay. Could you please provide on notice the total number of terminations or off-boarding since the launch of Amazon Flex in Australia?
Yes, Senator.
Is there a reason why you didn't provide this information when the ABC asked for it?
Senator, I don't recall the specific question I was asked that you're referring to.
Okay, just the report, and then last question from me, Chair, just the report that I was referring to earlier, which was an ABC investigation, says that Amazon Australia refused to give ABC this information about terminations and also information about the top-up application. So I'm just wondering if there is a reason for that.
I don't recall that question, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to that information on notice. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much, Senator. I just want to turn to, you mentioned that you have had for 2 hours a letter that was sent to the Job Security Inquiry, which has been posted for quite some time on the website. And also you have a document, you have the document Transport Industry Council, Rates and Cost Schedule 2020-21?
No, Senator, I do not.
But have you brought them with you?
No, Senator, I did not.
And you haven't brought either documents?
No, Senator.
Well, doesn't that sound quite disingenuous? What it might suggest is you look at your iPhone or one of those Butte technologies that we have at Amazon and draw these documents up, because on page 13, it says that the total per hour should be $40.71. Labour costs are $26.93. Variable costs $5.61, and fixed costs $8.17, which comes to that total of $40.71. So when you're giving evidence before about 4-hour minimums with $108, there are people that are meeting those that are falling onto those minimums, aren't there?
Senator, the minimum amount we pay for a 4-hour block nationally is $108, and as I mentioned, the average rate that we pay is more than $125 for a 4-hour block.
And that certainly doesn't add up to by $40 an hour, $40.71 an hour, does it?
Senator, I don't have that information to hand, but I can.
No, I'm putting to you a document that you should have had on hand since you're coming to this inquiry, and I'm putting to you that is the actual figure. If that figure is correct that I'm putting to you, then you are paying less than what is a recommended rate. You, Mr. Cooley, you said you are fully aware of the laws and obligations for owner drivers and the payments. So, you know, are you able to say, in light of the figure that I'm putting to you, which you're blissfully saying ignorance, but if the $40.71 is correct, isn't that higher and a minimum rate higher than what you're actually paying?
Senator, we comply with all laws in all states in which we operate.
But look, in fairness, you're telling me that you don't know what the laws are because you aren't familiar with the Victorian law. So you can't tell me on one hand you don't know, and then on the other hand you comply. Can you see the irregularity of that?
Senator, we were sent, a colleague of mine in fact was sent some 2 hours before this hearing, a couple of pieces of paper. I haven't had a chance to review it. It was dated the 16th of June. Respectfully, Senator, if you wish to go into detail in this discussion about that particular document, I would have expected to receive it many weeks ago.
Mr. Cooley, you're saying that you're aware of what the arrangements are under the Victorian laws, and I'm questioning you about your awareness, and you're telling me that you're not aware of these figures, and the document that's been sent to you is a document that's been in circulation by the Transport Industry Council, one which obviously, on the basis of your evidence, you're au fait with. And on page 13, I'm putting to you, you tell me that I'm not telling the truth, and we'll see how that goes. But on page 13, it says that the total per hour is $40.71. Doesn't that mean you're paying substantially less than the minimum hours for a 4-hour block?
Senator, I can say categorically that we comply with all relevant rates in Victoria with respect to our flex delivery partners. If you have specific questions that you'd like us to address, I'm happy to take them on notice.
Well, you're flagrantly lying to me, frankly. Now, there's been industrial action recently at numerous transport companies, including FedEx and StarTrack, who are attacking the pay and job security of their own workers in order to compete, they say, with Amazon. If you accept that paying, if the figures I've given you are correct, $13 below the minimum owner driver rate, that you're actually distorting the entire market?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't follow that question there.
There's been industrial action recently in numerous transport companies, including FedEx and StarTrack, who are attacking the pay and job security of their own workers in order to compete with Amazon, they say. Do you accept paying $13 below the minimum owner driver rate that I've put to you, that you're actually distorting the entire market?
We don't accept that, Senator.
So if you're paying $13 less, it's not distorting the market?
We don't accept that, Senator.
So the 4-hour block rate would be $162.84. Are you aware of that, if those figures that I've put to you that you say you're complying with would be accurate?
Senator, we meet and exceed all relevant obligations in all states in which we operate.
Have you got the documents in front of you? Are you able to someone to send you an email? I imagine you've got staff that are, You've got email access there with you now, haven't you?
No, Senator, I don't.
What? They might send it by, do you have an iPhone?
I do have a phone, Senator.
Can they send it to your iPhone?
Senator, our office is almost empty. Very few people have returned to the office because of COVID. We're still being encouraged to work from home. Mr. Fuller and I have attended the office today to appear before this committee at relatively short notice, and we're doing the best with what we have.
Mr. Cooney, you've got a text, haven't you, on your iPhone? At any time, did you or Mr. Fuller attempt to get that information?
Senator, I repeat, we wish to be as helpful as we possibly can to you and to the committee. If you have specific questions about relevant rates, we're delighted to take those on notice, and we'll come back to you with full answers.
Now, as you were requested to come here many weeks ago, the Secretariat has also confirmed that Amazon was sent the rates document you're referring to, and that you have it because there was actual acceptance by your organisation, but you don't have it in front of you.
Senator, I was not sent the document, and I do not have it in front of me.
And your contact point, you haven't emailed them or texted them whilst we've been talking about this matter?
No, Senator. I'm sitting here in front of you, and I haven't emailed or texted anybody during that period of time. Senator, we're trying to be very helpful. We're here to answer your questions, genuinely answer your questions. If you have specific questions about specific dollar figures or terminology or pieces of paper, we were really genuinely happy to take those on notice and come back to you with full and proper answers. I mean that genuinely.
Mr. Cooney, there's a whole series of questions you haven't answered from the last hearing. And I don't have confidence in you answering this question now because you've avoided bringing the documents today, including texting, emailing, and you say that you're fully au fait with your meeting the requirements of the law. Well, obviously you're not either fully aware or you're not telling me the truth.
So it's disappointing that you're making these claims.
Righto, there's been back in June, I asked you, Mr. Cooley, a number of questions about reports that Amazon had called the police on TW organisers on 2 separate occasions at your Western Sydney facility. They were attempting a legal right of entry. Mr. Cooley, you repeatedly said that you didn't know or wasn't aware of what that happening, and you didn't respond to questions on notice on the matter. Mr. Fuller, I'm sure that your staff would not be calling the police on union officials without you knowing about it. You're the head of operations. Can you confirm that this happened?
Yeah, my understanding is that the unions were not following the legal requirements for their right of access to that site on that specific occasion.
And you called the police?
We've had dozens of visits by union officials to our sites, and when they follow the rightful laws around right of entry, we are more than willing and wanting them to join. When people enter our sites not following legal requirements, then we, as all business would, take appropriate measures to make sure that our sites are secure to protect our people and our property.
Can you just answer the question? Did you call the police or Amazon call the police?
I did not call the police, but one of our security people called the police.
Thank you. I don't know why that was so hard. Mr. Cooley, you quoted an article saying, I quote, "We asked delivery partners to still attempt to deliver the packages even if the 4-hour block has expired." You've also said that 90% of deliveries are completed within 4 hours of the window. So your expectation is that about other 10% or so, 1 in 10 shifts work for Amazon Flex, that people work without pay for Amazon, and obviously you'd be tracking their returns back to, if there's people bring returns back.
Senator, you'll recall that my evidence to Senator Faruqi was that we proactively pay people for additional time spent delivering parcels, and for people who wish to receive immediate payment, they can do so by contacting us immediately after they complete their deliveries.
Are you aware of the ABC report that Senator Faruqi was referring to?
Yes, Senator.
And you're aware in that report that two separate drivers said that they're concerned about, first of all, the difficulty in getting payment once that he'd been knocked back, and also concern about an arbitrary system of people being given by technology, by algorithm, whether they've breached their arrangements or not. That's as far as Amazon's concerned.
Senator, I'm aware of the ABC news piece.
Thanks, I'm avoiding the answer again. I just want to go to the ABC article, which also says, and I quote, "Vans, utes and trucks are not allowed. However, Amazon told drivers earlier this month it plans to trial 8-hour blocks for contractors with vans later this year." When does that trial begin? And are people in vans and trucks going to be paid in line with the owner-driver rates for their vehicle size? You can't tell me today what it is.
Senator, the trial for vans has commenced in New South Wales. There are a handful of people, delivery partners using vans to deliver parcels, and they are being paid a higher rate than those delivery partners delivering with sedans, and the rates are in accordance with relevant owner-driver laws.
What is the rate actually that's been paid?
The rate that is being paid, if you give me a moment.
Thank you.
I just can't put my finger on the rate, Senator, but I'm happy for you to ask another question and I'll find it in the interim.
I've just run out of time, but if you want to send it this afternoon, that would be of a great deal of assistance. And I'm just sort of mindful that all the questions regarding rates, including government documents that require the rates, you're not able to answer questions on that matter. I'd encourage you to have some answers for this afternoon as ASAP. I'll reiterate, I believe it's disingenuous the fact that we're in this situation after you receive notification of those documents. And Amazon, I would hope that their delivery service and their operations is more efficient than your emails or usage of iPhones. Well, I'd like to thank you for the evidence today.
Frankly,
Yeah, you're welcome to say something.
Extremely discourteous of you, Senator. And Mr. Fuller and I have attended here today, honestly, to answer the questions to the best of our ability. And it's just very disappointing that you've approached it in this way.
You can't be as disappointed as I am. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I now welcome Emeritus Professor David Peats from the Griffith University, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I am joined by Senator Ben Small, Senator Karen Grogan, and Senator Mehreen Faruqi. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity which you appear today?
I'm David Robert Peats. I'm an Emeritus Professor of Employment Relations at Griffith University, and I'm not here representing an organisation. I'm here as a researcher.
Thank you. You've lodged submission 88 with the committee. Would you like to make any amendments or additions to that submission?
I noticed that on page 35, second last line, there's a small error. And there where it says, Koya for 5 years or more, it should say 5 to 19 years.
Thank you.
Page 35, paragraph 2, fourth last line.
Thank you for that. The information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. Now I invite you to make a short opening statement of around 3 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you've prepared a longer opening statement, you may email it to the Secretariat for incorporation in the Hansard. Over to you, Professor Peets.
Thank you, Senator. My submission covers a number of areas. The recommendations are on pages 26 and 27. The topics they relate to include the regulation of collective bargaining, the definition of employee for the purposes of regulation, the entitlements to paid annual and sick leave, which are presently withheld from what are commonly referred to as casual employees, workers' compensation for gig economy workers, and product market regulation. But here I'll briefly mention two issues. One is some aspects of what I call directed devolution, which I suggest is a way around some of the impasse that's been reached on protection of workers who might not be termed employees. The basic idea here is that legal entitlements are set at a high level, at a high organisational level, and then specialist bodies or specialist parts of bodies determine the specific standards that will implement these industries at a lower level, at an industry or a sectoral level. So, for example, while a national entitlement might be expressed as an hourly rate, a sectoral standard might instead be expressed as a piece rate. It's really up to the sectoral agency in those circumstances to decide. So it was through something resembling this that drivers for Uber and Lyft and taxi drivers in New York were able to get the equivalent of the state minimum wage. And in New South Wales, a system with some resemblance to directed devolution has been in place for over 4 decades. It's now referred to as Chapter 6 of the New South Wales Industrial Relations Act, and it regulates minimum standards for owner-drivers of trucks and certain other workers. It doesn't redefine anyone as employees. Owner-drivers are still entrepreneurs. It's had the support of both sides of politics, despite several changes of government in that state. So it's both an old and a new way of thinking about appropriate regulation for a group of people who might otherwise be potentially quite vulnerable. The other thing I'll briefly mention is the nature of the official statistics that are available on insecure work. The ABS can and it does fairly regularly measure a proxy for casual employment, which is the number of workers without leave entitlement. So that's not the same thing as casual employment. But there are many other dimensions to insecure work, and the stabilisation of one indicator doesn't necessarily mean that insecurity itself is stabilised. Now, there are some pretty big limits to what the ABS can be expected to do for reasons both of resources and of practicality, but I do think some improvements could be made. I can talk more about those issues if members of the committee wish. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Peets. I just want to, I know you touched on this in your opening remarks, but I just want to get into some potentially more detail. Some witnesses have made a lot of ABS data that shows the proportion of people working without leave entitlements in the economy has not dramatically changed in the last 2 decades. Is it an accurate measurement and reflection of insecure work in the Australian economy? And if not, what other forms of insecure work you touched on before exist?
Well, measuring workers with without leave entitlements is probably the closest proxy that the ABS has got to the number of casual employees. And it's certainly the case that the number of casual employees as a proportion of workforce increased quite substantially between the 80s and the early 2000s, but it's been pretty stable since then, at least up until the pandemic when it bounced around quite a lot. But the thing is that's only one indicator of insecure work, and it's really a symptom rather than a cause of it. It's a symptom of the imbalance in power between employer and employee. And what basically employers find is that they, as you increase a particular form of insecurity, it reaches a limit and it becomes unwise for employers to pursue that further. So casual employees don't have very high commitment to the organisation, and so a lot of organisations think this is not such a great idea to be continually hiring more casuals because they run off and get jobs elsewhere and so on. That was particularly the case in retailing and industries like that, where you've got a lot of part-time workers. So really when the growth of casual employment stabilised in the early 2000s, what you really saw was a change in the composition of casual work. You had fewer part-timers doing casual work because companies basically, the large companies that were hiring lots of part-time workers realised we're better off with permanent part-time work. But instead you had a relative growth in full-time casual employment or full-time employment of workers without leave entitlements. And that really reflected the growth of labour hire at the time. And so most labour hire workers, not all of them, but a pretty high proportion of them are full-time workers, but they're still casuals. And so the limits to the use of labour hire haven't yet been reached, so that continued to grow. So overall, while casual employment was stable, the composition of it was reflecting the growing insecurity of part of the workforce. And this is really what tends to happen. You've got this broad model that organisations have been following over the past few decades, or shifting towards greater use of what I call not their employment, which is basically a means by which you seek to separate yourself out from the workers in a way that will enable your costs to be minimised, your accountability to be minimised, but you still, as an organisation, need to maintain control. And that, in effect, was the problem that was encountered with increasing use of casual work, that organisations couldn't keep control. So they've had to find other ways of doing it. So the growth of, part-time casual employment, labour hire, and you've seen dependent contracting grow, although the data on that aren't very good. You've seen franchise employment grow, though the data on that are also not very good. And also, most recently, the platform economy, the gig economy. And a lot of workers, not a lot of workers, a lot of work is done through the platform economy, and that is particularly insecure work. And that probably offers more opportunities for organisations to control workers than the old systems that were tried and failed, because the apps have things like consumer ratings or customer ratings and location tracking and so on. So those sorts of things enable the organisation to still maintain control while getting the cost benefits of increased numerical flexibility. So it's a bit hard to know how far growth in the platform economy will go. It's not huge at the moment, but we don't really have much data in Australia on it anyway. So that's one of the weaknesses that we've got.
Thank you. And your submission says that insecurity is a lack of control and a lack of power. And the clearest indicator of a loss of power is very low rates of wage growth. We've had the lowest wage growth on record over the last 9 years. And there's the government's own forward estimates is that wages will decline. Is low wage growth and job insecurity intertwined? Does one accompany the other?
Well, yes, like in the sense that the more insecure you are in your job, the less bargaining power you have, and therefore the less ability you have to get a wage increase, either through a collective bargaining process or through some sort of individual contract negotiation process. But I guess the point I was getting at there was that the lower rate of wage growth really reflects this high level of job insecurity that we're seeing at the moment. So there is that relationship between job insecurity and low wages growth, yes.
And final question from me. Later today, we have the ABS appearing before this committee. Do you have any recommendations for how they could do better in collecting data on insecure work?
Yeah, well, I've got a lot of sympathy for them. It's a tough gig working in the ABS and trying to collect these data and doing it in a reliable way. And the ABS like to collect objective data, like an intuitive thing that one would think is like, well, let's directly ask people a question, how insecure is your work? Well, that's a pretty subjective type of question. And the problem with any of these subjective questions that are trying to measure some form of insecurity at a point of time is that you've really got the anchor shifts, what Kahneman refers to in the psychology literature, the anchor, when people say, oh, my job's good or my job's bad or whatever, well, they're thinking about what's the norm that I'm going to compare it to. And as work becomes more insecure, then people will be less likely to say overall, well, my particular job, well, I'm better off than a lot of people. So the trouble with measuring insecure work is that there's no single objective measure for it. And it's not all that easy to get a subjective measure for it. So what I came up with was basically trying to get something where the anchor, the reference point that people are using is something fairly, it's not going to change as people's expectations adapt to the circumstances. So I suggested 3 questions along the lines of, is your income more or less secure than it was a year ago? Are your hours of work more or less secure? And is your employment more or less secure? And you know, those questions, they do have the difficulty of being subjective, but they've got a pretty constant reference point in that you're just looking back 12 months in time and you're thinking, okay, I know what I felt like 12 months ago. I know what I was doing 12 months ago, so I can compare it with that. And it's basically going to tell you, is insecurity increasing or decreasing by looking at the responses to that. The ABS doesn't totally ignore the possibility of subjective questions. It asks them occasionally, not very often, but like one of the questions that fairly regularly asks is, do you expect to be with your employer in 12 months' time or so on? And that's not objective. An employee cannot know for certain whether they will be with their employer in 12 months' time. But it's the best thing the ABS can do in terms of getting some sort of indicator of prospective labour mobility. Yeah, it's a good question to ask. Like, I think it's quite valid. There are circumstances in which the ABS, in order to get the sorts of data that policymakers need, does need to ask seemingly subjective questions. Like, there are other things of a more objective nature it could try to get information on. It could try to get more information on franchise employment, but the employees themselves aren't necessarily going to know whether the coffee shop or the hamburger joint they're working for is a franchise or actually owned by the company. You know, is it a Hungry Jack's franchise, or is there, some guy who's the manager? Is he also the owner? Some workers will know, but not all of them will. The surveying employers is a better source of data for that sort of thing. The ABS doesn't rely on employer surveys to do its employment estimates. It uses the labour force survey. It's asking, hunters, employees these questions. But to get trends in franchise employment, that's probably you have to go and ask employers. And I think there could be more data collected on the platform economy, on the extent to which people are using apps or some other form of digital intermediation to get work. And there's some questions being asked in US. I've got a reference in the submission to a source there that makes use of that data, and it's quite, I think it's quite good too. So there are some things that the ABS can do better. They've got a lot of constraints, like I said, but there is a little bit of room for improvement there that could make a big difference to policymakers.
Thank you, Dr. Peets, Professor Peets, and I now just go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you. The Minerals Council had said to this committee that the pay gap for labour hire casuals is 24% compared to direct permanent mine workers. And those casuals are receiving a 25% loading on their base rate. They're still earning 24% less. We've had in some of the submissions a solution that we should increase those loadings to 50%. Can you just talk us through your perspective of how that loading has developed over time and why we're now seeing quite such differentials and whether that's common?
Well, there was an econometric study done a few years ago, which basically estimated what's the hourly pay rates for casuals and non-casuals. And it basically found that even though casuals are getting the loading, there's still a lower average pay rate. And I think that's because they've got less power. And the casual loading is really something that sort of emerged through the industrialisation system, through the awards system. Different awards had different casual loadings in them. There's some standardisation of them a few years ago, and it's now pretty much standardised across the board. I'm not sure that really changing the loading is the solution to everything. It's like, I think a lot of the problem is that the workers aren't accessing the other conditions of employment that they'd be entitled to. Like, for the companies who are able to use labour hire workers to basically do the same work as other people you have a labour hire worker and an employee of the mine side by side driving the same types of trucks, and they're being paid different rates of pay. And they're able to do that because because labour hire exists, and it's a means by which firms can use cheaper labour. And that case that was overturned by the High Court recently, those cases, Skeena and Rosado in the federal court, were basically saying, yeah, well, these people, they weren't really casuals. The federal court basically said, these people were doing the same job for years and years. And that's certainly my experience. I've done research in the mining districts in central Queensland. You can go into an office and you can see a roster ahead. It'll tell you in a year's time or 2 years' time whether you'll be working day shift or night shift or whatever. And the labour hire workers are in exactly the same sorts of shift arrangement. So you increase the loading. Well, it would. I hadn't really given much consideration to that, but the economist in me tells me it would lead to some shift away from casual or so-called casual employment to permanent employment. It would probably also lead to a lot of underpayment. Like at the moment, when you ask casual workers without leave entitlements, do you receive the casual loading? There's only about half of them who say they do. And there's a minority, about a sixth or so, who say don't know, and the rest say no, they don't. So there's a lot of underpayment of the casual loading. I doubt that happens in the mining industry because there's quite a lot of regulation of terms and conditions of employment there. But in a number of other industries, you'll find there's a lot of workers who are basically hired as casual. They don't have leave entitlement, so they don't get the loading either. And in some ways, it would be a better situation if everybody had access to annual leave and the other entitlements. And really the loading you think about a loading for unpredictability. Like most casuals, their hours are predictable. They've been working in the same place for a while. They're going to be working in the same place for a long time. You'll get sessionals at university, casual teaching staff. They've been there 5, 10 years or so. You look at the ABS data, you see some casuals, something like, well, I did a correction, 340,000 casuals have been with the same employer for more than 5 years. There's not a huge amount of unpredictability for the work of most casuals, but there is insecurity in the sense that they lack the power to be able to basically assert themselves, bargain higher wages at work and so on. That's one reason why the base rates of pay for casual workers are low, because their bargaining power is low, and that's the reflection of the forces that are also leading to their being classed as casual. So, of course, if you say everybody's entitled to leave and the other conditions of employment, and loadings only apply for people whose work is generally unpredictable, and that's like probably a couple of % of the workforce. Then there are some workers whose pay depends on the casual loading. They like the casual loading because they're low-paid workers, and this is basically, the casual loading is what enables them to keep their heads above water. So to go down that path, you've got to think about some transition arrangements that would enable the people who are already reliant on the loading to keep the loading. But over the long term, I think it would be wise to be looking at getting rid of this idea that there's a whole group of workers who are really in fairly predictable jobs, and we can just call them casuals. And by calling them casuals, we don't have to pay them a loading, and they have weaker access to unfair dismissal jurisdictions, and they've basically got lower bargaining power as a consequence of it.
Thank you. There's a lot to unpack in that, I think. In your submission, you also talk about some industrial relations solutions, and you talk about the issues with workers bargaining with employer that may not actually control the pricing or possible rates of pay. Particularly the example you give of the mining service provider Compass Group. They put forward an agreement that cut wages for workers at the behest of the mine owner, South32. So is this an issue here that the people actually setting the paying conditions down the chain aren't actually required to engage in that bargaining process?
Well, that particular case, the employer, the catering company, puts an agreement to the workers that says, if you don't sign this agreement or if you don't vote this agreement up, we'll lose the contract and you will be out of a job. The workers all put their hands up and said, yeah, okay, we'll vote for it. And the union said, now hold on, these guys were coerced into signing this agreement. And the commission says, and pretty correctly really, well, the employer was just explaining the lay of the land. They were saying, we've got no power to offer you higher wages because we're basically having to follow the instructions isn't quite the right word, but follow the guidance of the mining company. And it was a bit, probably a bit unusual in that the company actually basically said, we want you to have this new agreement that pays lower rates for new workers. Now, I think really most of the time, these sorts of arrangements aren't that explicit. That, you know, the lead firm will basically say to the suppliers, you have to pay low rates of pay. It's more in terms of setting an environment in which the smaller firm, the supplier firms, the contractor firms know that we can't pay higher wages. And they'll pass this information on to the workers. It'll set the environment for bargaining. And it's really one of the contexts in which you have to think about you know, why wages growth is so low. Of course, this competitive environment, which is, well, it has the appearance of a competitive environment within which firms are operating, but at the top of the food chain, you've got the large firms who aren't necessarily in that sort of same competitive environment. It can be, but it does mean that the accountability is, well, who do you hold accountable? You try to hold the small firm accountable, and they say, we got no choice. Try to hold the big firm accountable, and they'll say, oh, this is just the market at work. So so that's why I call it not their employment. The big firm just say, oh, we're not there. You know, it's the small firm there that's negotiating the wages, and that's one of the ways in which insecurity is being created. Now, those workers for the contracting firm, not very likely they'll be casual workers. Maybe I don't know the circumstances of employment of those people, but it's an illustration of how, if you try to count the number of casual employees, that's not going to tell you, because there's a whole lot of other sources of insecurity that don't require casual employment. Don't even require these people to be independent contractors. Chances are these employees of the catering firm, they're probably permanent employees, probably a few permanent part-timers, probably a few permanent full-timers, probably a few casuals there as well, but they'd all be insecure, not because of the type of employment they've got, but because of the context within which they're operating, which has shifted power away from those workers and created this broad growth of insecurity.
Thank you very much. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thanks, Senator. I think we may have a bit more time if there's something after. I've just got a couple of questions. We currently have a very tight labour market, Professor Peets, and if you listen to the Premier of New South Wales, we need 2 million migrants to fill labour shortages, despite being at virtually full employment, having little to no temporary migrant workers for almost 2 years, and employers saying they cannot find workers. Wages have not gone up. Why do you think that is? And is it related to issues of job security and loss of worker voice in the workplace?
Well, I don't think the labour market is all that tight, really. Like, unemployment is low, but that's in the context of a very low participation rate compared to trend. And, you know, it's still, employment has fallen and it hasn't recovered to where it would have been if it had continued along the path that existed prior to the pandemic. And basically what happened is that a whole lot of people, if they lost their job, they'd say, well, what's the point of looking for a job? There's no new jobs out there. So the ABS comes along and counts them and says, have you looked for work in the past X period of time? And they say, well, no. So they don't make it onto the unemployment statistic. So I'm not convinced it's that tight a labour market, but it is the case that a lot of employers are saying that they can't get workers. And indeed, a lot of people have said, but why don't they just raise wages? And the standard economic model would basically tell you, if you've got a labour shortage, you deal with it by raising wages, then you get the workers applying for jobs. Well, so why don't they do that? Well, in part it's because a lot of the employers who are complaining about labour shortages themselves see themselves as not being in a position to raise their costs because it would make them unattractive to their clients. So if somebody's growing spinach or asparagus or whatever, and they can't get any workers to pick it, well, you know, you might, and particularly as they've relied on temporary visa workers, and that labour supply has been cut off. So, you know, traditional economics would tell you, well, you raise the wages when you get local workers coming to do it. But they won't do it because they know that the big retailing firms who are their main customers will say, no, we're not going to take your stuff. Your prices are too high. So that's sort of like what I was talking about a few minutes ago. The market context within which the firms that are complaining about labour shortages are operating is largely preventing them from raising wages and basically preventing the labour market from reaching what traditional economists would like to think of as an equilibrium. And it's in that context that, yes, there's a lot of insecure workers because they feel that I can't really ask for or demand a wage increase because you know, I mightn't have a job at the end of it because the firm might lose its contract or lose its suppliers, or they'll just tell me, no, I'll go and get somebody else. And because the amount of alternative labour available isn't necessarily shown by the unemployment statistics, given what I said about the dissipation rate earlier. But yes, I think that, you know, one of the key factors that's been holding down wages is, in the past few years, has been this high level of insecurity amongst workers, which reflects the transfer of power away from labour into capital, basically. In that context, workers unable to negotiate wage increases, and a lot of the firms that they're working for, not all of them, but a lot of them will say, but we can't pay high wages anyway, and if we do, you'd lose your job.
Thank you, Professor Peets. In your submission, you talk about the variation between industries. For example, it says the number of manufacturing workers working a second job grew by 62% between 2011 and 2017. But in that same period, the total number of jobs in that industry fell by 9%. We also know across the economy that the number of Australians working multiple jobs is an all-time high. Does this have a relationship with job insecurity?
Well, yes, that's right. Like one of the characteristics we've observed over recent years has been the growth of underemployment, where people have been in jobs, they've been part-time jobs, they wanted more hours, but they haven't been able to get them. And so a lot of those people will look for a second job or even a third job. And the worse that underemployment gets, then the more people will go looking for second and third jobs. So the more multiple job holders you will have. So multiple job holding, it's a phenomenon of underemployment, and that's, yeah, one will reflect the other, and that in turn, underemployment is can be seen as a form of insecurity.
Thank you, Professor Peets. Is there any further questions that you'd like to ask, Mr. Senators? Very good. Look, I'd like to thank you very much for your time, Professor Peets. The information and evidence that you've given us has been a great deal of assistance in us with our deliberations, the preparation of our final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021, and we'll be breaking for lunch until 3 p.m. So thank you again, Professor Peets. Very much appreciate your time this afternoon. It's been very helpful.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the United Workers Union, ACT, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I am joined by Senator Ben Small and Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. My name is Lyndall Ryan. I'm the National Property Services Director for United Workers Union. I'm based in.
Thank you. The United Workers Union has lodged submission 54 with the committee. Would you like to make any additions to that submission?
I do, thank you.
If you want to make some additions to that statement, or you're fine with the submission.
I'm fine with. I support the submission, but we have members here who want to provide additional evidence to the committee.
Good. Thank you very much. Look, information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite UWU ACT to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions. As you mentioned, I understand that you've brought members who work in the cleaning industry. Each of you is welcome to give a short statement to tell your story as well. And thank you for coming along today to share your experiences with us. It's very valuable. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you. I wish to acknowledge the First Nations people in this area, the Ngunnawal people. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I'm very pleased the committee is prepared to hear from the 3 of our member leaders in the ACT. I know that you have heard from cleaners and security officers from around the country, and many of their stories have been included as case studies in the union's written submissions. It's important, however, for the committee to appreciate that the insecure work is prevalent across the country and that the ACT is not immune. The workers who appear here today are all engaged in the cleaning industry, but the problems they face are the same as those they work beside as security officers, caterers, and many other thousands of workers across the country. Contracting firms are engaged to clean security secure shopping centres, airports, hospitals, courts, galleries, theatres, and particularly in Canberra, government offices and public buildings, including Parliament House. Government contracts are a very significant part of the property services market. All levels of government have it within their power to directly employ cleaning and security guards if they chose to, or at the very least adopt procurement practices which drive the creation of secure, safe and fairly paid jobs. In Canberra, there are approximately 140 cleaning companies employing 5,000 cleaners. There are 40 security companies engaging 3,000 security officers. That's a lot of insecure work, just in property services, just in the ACT. With me today is Chris Wagland, Leonardo Barjas and Karma Dema, who are all cleaners working in the ACT. They are here as private citizens and as members of United Workers Union. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. If the individuals just want to identify themselves and then also give evidence.
Yes, I think in practical terms, I'll leave where I'm sitting for the purposes of the camera and then move to the back. So Chris Wagland is the first person who would like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Good afternoon. My name is my name is Chris Wagland and I have been cleaning since 1984. 37 years. Doesn't sound like insecure work, but I can assure you, while it has been ongoing, the only security was once I was made permanent until the end of each contract. During that time, I have worked for Kennedy's 6 years, Garcia Investments 5, Broadlex 3, Berkeley Challenge 2, Citigroup 15, and Spotless, now known as Downer, the last 6 years and ongoing. Every time the contract changed, I've had to reapply for a job I was already doing, with no guarantee I would get it. You were not told the contract was ending, there would be whispers. The outgoing contractor would do nothing to help the incoming contractor. It was always stressful. Would you get the same hours? Would you get the same shift? I had English as a first language and it was bad enough, but if you didn't, it was a nightmare. Applications, resumes, medicals and interviews. If you hadn't been doing your job well, you wouldn't have stayed employed. Your experience and understanding of the job and the site were not recognised by you and your employer. You were put back on probation. Originally, it was only 4 weeks before you were made permanent. Now it's 6 months, during which time you can be dismissed for no reason, surplus to requirements. At the end of the contract, you were paid out annual leave, but you lost accrued sick leave and long service leave. Yes, I've gone to work sick because I've had no sick leave, and afraid to call in sick because I've been on probation. Afraid to upset the new manager, afraid of making a bad impression. The only contract that recognised previous service and gave us continuity of service was the 1995 contract with Broadlex. At the end of the contract in 98, we had accrued a long service leave entitlement of 8 years. They refused to pay. It took the union 2 years in court to win for us our back pay. That led to Wayne Berry, an MLA for the ACT, putting up a private members bill that saw the forming of the probability of portability of long service leave scheme in 2000. So since then, our long service leave has been protected at the change of contract. The Broadlease contract was the last contract to have fixed labour levels. From Berkeley Challenge onward, the contract was price driven in the name of competition. The value of contracts fell and work rates for cleaners rose, and of course the standard of cleaning fell as well. What was once done daily then became weekly or monthly or not at all. In 2006, Serco Sodexo won the defence contract. For us, it meant an AWA or no job and a 15% pay cut. With the help of the union, we managed to stop the pay cut, but not the AWAs. I stood up, spoke out, and needless to say, Serco did not make me an offer. I wouldn't have taken it if they had. I left with the outgoing contractor and swore I'd never work for Defence again. I worked a split shift at ANU for a few months, and then the contractor, Citigroup, won work at Fairburn, and I was back working for Defence. Between 2008 to 2013, with the change of government and the introduction of the Commonwealth Cleaning Guidelines, there was stability in the industry and real pay increases. 35% over 4 years and job security. But we lost everything with the change of government in 2013 and the tearing up of the guidelines shortly after. As each contract came up for renewal, it reverted to the award rate and cleaners took pay cuts. Note it has taken the award till this year, 8 years, to catch up with what cleaners had then. In 2014, my husband's health worsened and wasn't well enough to return to school. I took leave to care for him. I ran out of leave in February 2015. I resigned in May, and for the first time in 30 years, I was unemployed. My husband died in June 2015. The week after the funeral, I was contacted by Defence that I had a month to find an employer to take over as sponsor of my security clearance, or I would lose it, and so would Defence. They put me in touch with Spotless, who is now owned by Downer, and I have worked with them since then. In October 2019, our negotiations with Spotless Downer didn't start till March 2020. With the opening and only offer on the table, a 1% pay rise, $250 sign-on bonus, and no back pay. October 2020 saw it voted down. The next offer was 2% pay rise, $500 sign-on bonus, and no back pay. The agreement was lodged with the Fair Work Commission in October this year, 2 years after it expired. The agreement has pages of detail about redundancy entitlements, but no one will qualify for them. Downer negotiated an extension to the contract to 2024. We were asked to sign new agreements, noting the extension, but not one of us were aware that we went from being ongoing employees to fixed term employees and have lost our right to a redundancy if we need one. For Downer to negotiate a rise in the value of the defence contract, they have to negotiate a wage rise for their workers because 90% of the value of the contract is wages. And I am sure they bargained hard on our behalf. However, as both an employee of Defence and Downer, I have no right to know what amount that is. And there is nothing that says Downer has to pass any, some or all of it onto me and my fellow workers. For a brief shining moment between 2008 and 2013, we had transparency and accountability in contracting, but that has long since faded. In 2024, at the end of this contract, I will be 65, 2 years before I can retire. Again, I will have to apply for my job with no guarantee of getting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And who's the next person to come up? Please, if you can join us.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonardo Barajas.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you guys. First of all, I would like to expose the issues that we have working as cleaners. I'm a full-time worker in a shopping center here in Canberra. I pretty much, Chris, exposed all the stress that we have to deal, especially with new companies take over. New companies take over and they just, it's regular that they offer worse conditions to work to people. They cut hours and they want or they expect to have the same results. I think that is really despicable what they do with all people. When they take the contracts, usually they want to get rid of like all people. They put them from a full-time permanent position to casual with no hours. I don't think that's right. I don't think there is a reason to do that. People who serve for 20 years in the same site or in the cleaning industry go from permanent positions to casual no hours. That's just not fair. Another thing is the uncertainty of what's going to happen when a company takes over. They usually wait right until 4 weeks before the contract takeover to let the staff know, and then they don't offer they don't offer they don't hand over the job offers right until the takeover, so you don't have too much time to think about it or fight or anything. You take it or you just leave it. I think the union has been involved in all these things, and just because of that, we have like better conditions. But I think, yeah, it's despicable what companies come on. I understand it's a business and they want to make profit, but I don't think it's fair just sacrificing the conditions of work just because of a business. Sometimes companies usually like change completely the rosters. They don't listen to what people has to say about it. They don't care. They don't care if you have to like stay up until 6 a.m. in the morning, even if you have kids and you have to take them to school and this kind of stuff. It's just the way they want it. It's just the way it's more profitable. You see people starting work on Monday at midnight just because the company don't want to pay Sunday rates, so they want to save a couple of bucks. and to sacrifice like the quality of life of the cleaners. And thank you very much. I think that's it. I'll just hop out.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Demmer, if you'd like to come and tell us your story as well, it'd be very much appreciated.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. I'm Karma Demo as a cleaner, and today I came here to bring some issues which I used to have in previous companies. Like I used to work with 3 companies, which before in the school, like with the private company, like they don't even give us the proper hours and proper equipment to do our work, to perform a good job. So I feel like after taking with like government took over, like we are directly employed, it's pretty much safe and we feel secure to have a like secure job. But now in the day work, it's like the companies, the contract change, like new companies come over and they reduce our work hours, reduce our wages. And we're like really not secure that how much they're gonna pay us or how much hours they're gonna give us, because the company where I work now is about to finish their contract and we don't know who is coming next. So all my friends and like me, we always have to worry what next is going to happen. Okay. Yeah, so.
Thank you. That's very helpful. We'll just go down to questions, and I'll go straight away to Senator Grogan. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Given that you're at the table, I might start with you, Ms. Demmer. So your job was recently insourced. Yep. Is that correct? Yep. Sorry, you're very small on my screen. I think you're nodding, but I didn't quite catch it. There you go. What were the major differences for you working in a contract scenario to working as being like a permanent employee? What were the key things that you found different?
It's a big difference working as a direct employee and working under the contract, because working under a contract is a big stress for us. Always a supervisor stress, whether we do our job or not, supervisor is behind us, and we don't, like as I said, we don't get proper equipment to do like our jobs, but they need a good job, but they don't provide us a good call, like whatever we need to do the job. So being like direct employee, they provide us proper equipment that we need. We are safe. We don't have to like worry about losing a job or losing a contract. What next is? We always like have like peace of mind that our job is safe. Like now pandemic, the COVID pandemic since. So always like if we are not direct employee, we have to worry about the job. Working under contractor is losing a job or hours cutting down. So yeah, so we don't have to worry about that, and we really like feel safe that at least we have a job. So our job is safe, and we're getting money to get food on our tables, and it's pretty much like it's really like
less stress.
Stress working under a contractor. And the meantime, contractor change every like 2 or 3 years. So every 2 or 3 years, we have to worry, like, oh, maybe they will re-employ us or not. And then whether they will like, provide us the same hours, same rate. So if not, what we're going to do. And as me, like I'm a international visa holder student, so always have to worry about what they may like employ me or not, because I'm a visa holder. Sometimes the contract change where my visa is about to finish like 6 months or 4 months before. And if they don't employ me, and I'm really hard to get a like next job, because nobody is going to take me, because always say, oh, your visa is about to finish. We can't take you for 4 months or 5 months. So it's really hard for me to get a new job.
Thank you. We really appreciate you telling your story. Thank you so much. I wonder if we could switch out for Ms. Wagland. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you sharing your story with us. Now, you spoke about your contract conditions. There was a letter tabled from Spotless, which is de-identified. Have you seen that?
Yes, that was the letter we were asked to sign.
And were you at any time given any form of explanation or any interpretation of what some of the lines in there actually mean?
No, only just that it was they won an extension and that it was just to update the records and that that we were still employed, and of course no, none of us understood that. Yes.
Well, you wouldn't get that from reading that letter, would you? Like, no. It's very unclear.
And on my payslip now, it has in the top right hand corner, fixed term, permanent employee.
And so this will give you employment till August 2024, and then after that you have to start all over again?
And I think they're allowed so many extensions, and I think Spotless Downer now will have reached that number of extensions, and it will have to go out to tender. So then if it goes out to tender and they don't re-win it, I then have to reapply whoever wins it to keep my job.
And this is effectively a job you've been in for
40 years. 40 years it will be. In very short form with Department of Defence. Yeah.
That's shocking. That's
I know.
absolutely shocking. So it basically means that if something happens with this contract, you would now have lost the conditions that you previously held, which would have given you severance pay?
Yes. I mean, the other thing is too, is that because of the wage too, there's no guarantee that I'll be paid the same wage. They don't have any incoming contractor doesn't have to pay me the same rate of pay that Downer does now. It can revert to the award.
And have you seen much variability as you've gone from different contractors in terms of the pay?
Oh yes. Well, the only time we had real wage increases, as I said, was under the Commonwealth cleaning guidelines, were written into the contract. So that ensured there was enough money in the contract for the contractors to pay the wages, because otherwise they will take the lowest common denominator, which is the award, and they nibble around the edges where possible.
So quite a different scenario from Ms. Demmer. Given that you know, by the time you come to the end of this contract, you'll have effectively been doing the same job for 40 years, which would, in many other scenarios, reward you significantly with that dedication and skill. Would it have made a significant difference to you if it had been an in-sourced contract, if you'd actually been an employee of the Department of Defence rather than a series of contractors?
Well, I have a damn sight more superannuation. Public service super is about twice, it's 15% compared to my lowly 9%, 9.5%. And look, just not the stress or the worry, and a recognition. I mean, a recognition I get from the people I work for. I mean, a recognition and understanding of what I do, but that just doesn't translate into. And in saying that, that's my immediate supervisors and managers, they're not the problem. It is just the size of Downer and the layers in between that, the ones at the top end wouldn't know a cleaner if they fell over it. I mean, would never have spoken to a cleaner, and yet they wield all this power with not a second thought to how it affects people at the coalface.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the situation you're in. It's unconscionable. Thank you very much for your time. I wonder if Ms. Ryan would come to the table, and then we'll come to Mr. Burgess. Hello. So there's two very different situations that we're seeing in those two witnesses. Would you say that the story that Ms. Wagland is talking about is a common story across cleaning in the ACT or more broadly across Australia?
Yes, it is a common story, particularly where you're working in Commonwealth government buildings that have some level of security requirements. So the people do stay in those buildings for a very long time, and it suits everyone that they do because you're not having to get new clearances for them. And it's so true of Parliament House too, where you see people with very long service there because of the nature of the work, and they're not easily replaced. And so those people work for multiple contractors over a long period of time, and they should be directly employed. They shouldn't have to reapply all the time for their jobs. But in situations where direct employment is more difficult, at least we should have a system where people can't be treated the way that they are. So that's in normal employment and normal direct employment. If your employer wanted to make a major change to your workplace, so they wanted to change your hours significantly or they wanted to change shift penalties, there has to be consultation. That's law. But in a situation where you work for long in the same building, doing the same work for a long time, if they want to truly disrupt your life, the change happens when they change contractor. So people who had worked full-time day jobs can suddenly have their hours flipped to night jobs in the period of the contract. So there's no consultation, and as they leave it to the last possible moment. So whilst the incoming contractor might know very well that they intend to change day shift work to night shift work, they don't actually tell the workforce until the last possible moment. So people are confronted with, do I sign this unacceptable thing and struggle through or lose my job entirely? And that happens every day around Australia, every day. There will be a contract change every day. Workers will be going through this.
And can you just outline for us what United Workers Union is attempting to do to change that?
So there's a range of programs. One is the Cleaning Accountability Framework, which is a program which has been driven in the commercial sector, mainly in commercial office cleaning, and it involves large building owners, contractors, the union, and the Fair Work Ombudsman, who also understands, the Office of the Fair Work Ombudsman does completely understand the difficulties and lawlessness, if you like, of the contract cleaning industry and how you need special measures to be able to deal with the nature of that industry. The other thing that we have been doing is working with governments on procurement. In the ACT, the Secure Local Jobs Code regulation is a step forward in giving workers and better standards. And the other thing that we are calling on is for governments to consider direct employment. And that's the experience of Karma Dema, who Karma had mentioned to me, and I know firsthand, under the previous contracting system, cleaners had to buy their own bin liners. So when we say people were not given enough equipment and materials to do their job, we're talking about a situation where companies would fail to provide equipment that would have cost them less than a cent to purchase. And if cleaners did not want to be in trouble or have complaints, they'd find themselves buying protective gear, bin liners, whole range of things in order to avoid complaints and therefore dismissal or the fear of dismissal by having to supplement what the contractors were not providing. That is not an issue under the government contracting scheme where cleaners are visited at least twice a week and have everything that they need to be able to do their job without the fear of reporting. You know, we've had many workers fearful of reporting broken machinery or safety issues for fear of, oh, well, if I make a complaint, they'll think I'm a troublemaker and I'll be sacked.
So just in terms of the insourcing that you've managed to achieve in the ACT, can you just tell us how that's going?
So that made an enormous difference when COVID hit. People had only just put on their new Government uniforms and started work when COVID hit. And rather than, we saw in other states, state governments having to renegotiate contracts with their service providers. And a lot of those situations, the service providers were in the box seat, I suppose, in terms of negotiating with government because things had to be done so quickly. So whether government actually got value for money in those circumstances, I think is a question. But in the ACT, they had complete control of what happened. And so that level of control allowed them to run the Jobs for Canberrans program, which was really successful because so many workers were displaced in that first initial lockdown, particularly international students and migrants who were not getting JobKeeper or JobSeeker. And they were able to immediately put them in direct government employment. And ongoing, it's been a much more responsive service, both at the school level and through various lockdowns that we've had in the schools, and people have had to respond to that. And there's all, government could be really assured of the services they were getting because they were directly in control of it.
So it's a safety issue as well as an employment issue.
And I think public confidence issue as well.
Thank you very much. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. And just while you're in the seat, and I'll come to Mr. Burgess shortly. Ms. Ryan, are employers in the cleaning sector allowed to make such huge changes to the workplace without consulting with the employees and the union?
They do if they can do it in the context of a contract change, yes. So what happens typically is that when tenders go out, unless it's stipulated in the tender documents, and I think Ms. Ragland mentioned the Commonwealth Cleaning Guidelines, which had some strict processes around tendering and contracting. In the normal circumstances, though, the incoming contractor and the building owner or the person purchasing the service will agree on terms and how they want their work done and cleaned, and that might be significantly different to their current service provider. And there's a moment between when the service provider, one service provider is exiting and the incoming contractor is coming in, where all the changes are agreed in secret as part of contract negotiations between the building owner and the incoming contractor. And the first time cleaners are advised of that, or security guards for that matter, is when the letters are issued. We often seek to get those letters of offer prior to them being issued so that if there are significant implications for employees, we can negotiate them. But often they're only given 1 or 2 days beforehand. And that is when it completely ruins people's lives, because suddenly parents of young children can no longer get childcare on the hours they need. Parents with older children who need to be supervising in the evening have that thrown out the window. Any type of caring responsibility. If you happen to have another job, and a lot of people do, you have to make a decision between taking a job with the incoming contractor and maintaining your second employment, or having to give one job. But why are we throwing people into those situations? Now, as I was saying before, we're in an ongoing employment arrangement, and for whatever reason, an employer wants to make changes in their workplace, major change in terms of workforce composition, training, those other things normally covered in the Fair Work Act and in awards. They have to sit down and take into consideration what you're saying about your childcare arrangements, take into consideration about your personal life or your ability to work in the evenings or public transport or a range of other matters that might impact on you. They have to do that. They have to sit down and treat you like a person as opposed to some other piece of equipment or chattel as they do at the contract change. And it's a really horrible process that workers have expressed to me, particularly migrant workers, say very clearly when they say, we're not animals, we're people. We should have that decency accorded us, and it's just not, and it hasn't been for many, many decades.
Thank you. Would you be able to, there's some more questions for you, but would you be able to make available a copy of the ACT and sourcing arrangements to the committee?
Certainly.
And also, you've mentioned before that there was arrangements under the previous government regarding contractors, and we've received evidence, of course, that wages had increased over there and there was a degree of job security. If you could pass that on to us as well, that would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly.
Could just go to this question, is the case of the Canberra Centre or Defence, would you describe them as the economic employer? They don't actually engage the workers directly, but they have this arm's length economic employer arrangement where they make the decisions and somebody else bears the cost and the consequence.
Absolutely. So, like in the case of the Canberra Centre, at different times we were told during the process that the methods used were going to be more efficient, that it would increase productivity. And so the notion that, in fact, that means workers will work harder in one way or another. And the notion in bargaining was, again, I think it's been so disproved, that workers would share in the gains of increased productivity. But actually what happens is that the owner gets a cheaper price, the owner of the premises gets a cheaper price, or takes a greater share of the pie. And workers don't get anything out of the fact that they've had to work in a different way, or harder, or with less, or with more surveillance, or more accountability, greater insecurity, particularly 6-month probationary period. All of those things happen to the workers. They bear the cost, but people who make the money out of it are a long way up the supply chain.
So is there any system now that is applied as we speak where the building owner or manager in any way is accountable for the way its cleaners are treated?
So the Cleaning Accountability Framework, as I mentioned to you before, is a building certification scheme. So if you want your building certified as having ethical labour practices and free of modern slavery, you can put your building up, or portfolio of buildings indeed, for certification and have those buildings certified once there has been a proper check. And so the checks that happen there is to ensure that there's sufficient funds in the contract to pay legal requirements. There's sufficient labour to meet the work safety standard, to do the work safely, so that there's in terms of how many hours that need to be worked for cleaners, and there is a job security mandate in there, so that the workers of the outgoing contractor must be offered employment above all others from the incoming contractor. So that does help regulate those things. And if your building will fail to be certified if you do not meet those standards, or your certification can be removed. And this has been a particular debate, I guess, around the Canberra Centre particularly, which is owned by the Queensland Investment Corporation, is that the Canberra Centre claimed to have entered into the Cleaning Accountability Framework system and have used that as a defence against some issues that have arisen there. But in fact, they haven't completely embraced the standards for the Cleaning Accountability Framework, so they did not test their labour levels against those standards. Not at this stage anyway. Hopefully they will do in the future.
Just on that, is that code you just mentioned, is that a voluntary code or an enforceable code?
It's voluntary, so companies can choose to enter into it or not. There's only, at this stage, there's only 20 buildings that have been certified to date, but there's a number that are lining up for certification. So, but what I can say is that it is even though it's a voluntary system, it's been a fairly robust system. If it was a legislative system, that would be obviously much stronger.
Thank you. And just that you might just go to that question then you just finished on the need for a legislative frame rather than a voluntary code. And you might just also mention to me 25 buildings. How many buildings are there contracted cleaners in the ACT? Roughly.
Wow. I just looking out the window here. Sorry, I'm just going. I'll have to go every street by street. There's everything you walk past is getting cleaned. And I really haven't. I don't check with the property council, so I want to know that. But it's a significant. There's a significant workforce, as I said, about 5,000 cleaners in the ACT, 3,000 or so security officers. It's a lot. It's a lot of people who are every few years going through the dramas that the people behind me are going through, and it's so unnecessary.
And what numbers would you say, would you estimate that are working on federal government contracts?
Easily half of them. So if there's 5,000, 2,500.
Thank you. I might just go now to Mr. Barringer. So there's many more questions I'd like to ask, but Mr. Barringer, so give you an opportunity.
Back to the hot seat.
Back to the hot seat.
Good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it again for you joining us. So I understand your work at the Canberra Centre. Is it correct that shift times have changed? And if so, have they changed? And what is the impact of those changes?
Well, when the new contractor came over, they had this nice form where they asked like all the information about you, your availability and information for like uniforms and all this stuff. And we provided the availability according to what we had. So before the night shift would finish by midnight, there were a couple of guys finishing like 2. And when the new contract took over, they changed everything to start at 10 p.m. and go until 6 a.m. So in my case, I don't have kids and I have the opportunity to sleep during the day. But there were others and there were people who have like other jobs during the day. And of course, that was, they had to stop doing it, you know. They were lucky because we were in lockdown and like kids were attending school from home. And the other jobs were like stood down. Yeah, a lot of, that was what we had. People not being able to take care of their kids and people whose incomes during the day were affected.
So you've had conditions change quite substantially, I'd imagine, trying to raise a family and let alone live a life which you build around those shifts that you have. It's quite ruthless way of approaching it as one observation.
Yeah, it is.
Is it correct that you actually, at one point, you were actually being forced to work in the dark sometimes since the new contractor came in? Could you explain that?
Yeah, so I have the feeling that because they were going to change the condition, they should have like ensured that we had the resources. And because before of the contract takeover, people would finish midnight. So lights in the shopping center would go night, some 2 a.m. But now we were working 10 until 6 and the lights were still going off at 12. So we basically were working in like really dark areas and doing the job like in really dark places. I raised that to my manager, and it took them like 3 weeks to actually do something. And to this point, they haven't like done any assessment of like the light conditions in the shopping center. So they fixed a couple of things, but now they left the rest just like that.
Is it the case that that it's a point where complaints have been made to other management, but they've been it wasn't fixed until Safe Work got involved, and if I understand correctly, something which is quite unusual for Safe Work authorities around the country. Is not to say that they aren't valuable people, they are, but they came in at night to look at your particular circumstances and the workers that you work beside.
That is correct. We had to involve WorkSafe because we raised the issue with the management a couple of times and nothing was being done. So we had to like involve WorkSafe to be heard. And that's pretty much the way I've been feeling since this new company takeover. You gotta involve the union or you gotta involve WorkSafe so they listen to you. It's funny because I try to tell them like, hey, we have the experience. We've been working here these guys have been working here for 10 years. Maybe it would be good if you listen to us and we can get to some kind of compromise is the word, like get to some kind of agreement, But no, they just wanted the way they wanted it, and that was it.
Okay, just a final question. I gather they look after their equipment to a standard that the work can be done. But it seems that, on the surface that mops and vacuum cleaners are more important than people and the way it's been approached by these companies. And there's no obligation on clients such as at the top of the supply chain, the economic employer, to actually provide a fair system of work. And it sounds very difficult to have to follow any recourse within the workplace and also just the legislative frame that exists at the moment. Is that accurate, or would you like to, or is it, am I off the mark?
No, you pretty much summarized it very well. You pretty much summarized it really well. When WorkSafe came, there were a couple of things they mentioned that we hadn't taken into account, which is they were supposed to share the changes before the contract takeover and see how that was to affect the cleaners. That is, as far as I understand, it's on the Safe and Work document. They have to do that. They didn't really care to share or listen to how the changes will affect us.
Good, thanks very much. And I'd like to thank you all, and particularly the worker evidence that you've given. It's really critically important to the committee. We've heard from many dozens of workers across the period of this inquiry. And it's always, good to see somebody who's actually on the coalface, right fronting and being confronted by insecure work. And thank you very much to your team, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you for giving us the time to talk to you and listening to us.
Your evidence will assist the committee in deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. Kellaway and Ms. Hosh from Ausgroup, and thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I'm the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small and Senator Karen Krogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. James Callaway is my name, CEO of Ausgroup Co-op Limited.
Carly Hosky, I'm the Seasonal Worker Project Manager for Ausgroup Co-op Limited.
Thank you. Thank you both. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses have been giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. Now I invite you to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you have prepared a longer opening statement, you may email it to the Secretariat for Incorporation in the Hansard. Over to you, Mr. Kellaway.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And on behalf of Ausgroup and the board, we welcome the kind invitation to appear in this public hearing. So just by way of outline and context, if I may, Chair, Ausgroup commenced in 2001 as Ausberries, growing blueberries with 4 growers after the decline of the local mid-north coast banana industry. In 2013, Ausberries became Ausgroup and the proprietary company was transformed into a grower cooperative. In 2021, Ausgroup Co-op Limited has over 140 grower members and is grading or packing 9 million kilograms of blueberries with an annual turnover of $214 million. This growth is expected to continue as blueberry plantings worldwide is increasing by 5% on average each year, with global volumes increasing by 8% each year. In Australia, production has been increasing by 20% on a compounding basis each year, and farm gate value has been increasing by 18% on average each year. Suffice to say, the production of blueberries is a burgeoning industry. Ausgroup today has experienced annual revenue growth of 30% on average over the last 6 years, and volume grown by our members has increased by 33% on average each year over the same period. The importance and growing need of unskilled or semi-skilled labour is essential to the ongoing prosperity of Ausgroup, the local regional economy, and the community more broadly. In so doing, Ausgroup is focused on improving job security for all of our skilled and unskilled labour force. While we are responsible largely for doing so, the support of government and other agencies is essential to complement the role and functions that we can and need to offer to ensure a holistic and joint or combined outcome for all Ausgroup stakeholders, which includes the local regional economy and the economy of other jurisdictions. We seek support from government to assist deliver job security for workers at all levels of Ausgroup to ensure our ongoing growth and productivity.
Mr. Kellaway, sorry, could you just turn down, we're just getting some feedback. If you could just turn down your speaker slightly, that might assist.
Thank you, Chair. We seek support from government as a result of this increased productivity growth. We wish to build a flexible and upskilled workforce in both the short and long term, and want to become the employer of choice throughout the berry industry and within the local regional mid-north coast economy of New South Wales. We wish to do so by attracting motivated and suitably qualified workers to ensure the plants are managed, the produce harvested, and our blueberries graded, packed and dispatched to meet growing demands for what is a healthy product for Australia's consumers. In the face of wanting to provide continual job security are the concerns of every grower, as we are the ultimate risk and price takers. There are countless externalities to our business that pose significant risks to our sustainability moving forward. And I won't detail those here and now, Chair. In our business, labour represents the largest and major proportion of on-farm business costs. We work with a seasonal product, and as such, we have a seasonal demand for unskilled and semi-skilled labour. We cannot continually offer week-on-week constant employment over the course of a full year. We have labour needs that are subjected to intense fluctuation, and we find that demand usually outstrips supply at certain times of the year. Despite these challenges, the need for unskilled and semi-skilled labour at certain times of the year is essential and cannot be underestimated. Given the needs of our growers and the needs of labour engaged on our farms and throughout the value chain, there needs to be a fair and equitable approach to the provision of job security that benefits the grower, but also and obviously the worker. The engagement of casual labour is an intrinsic part of our business. I'll leave it there if I may, Mr. Chair.
Good, thank you very much for that. Let's go first. Last night, the Fair Work Commission ruled in favour of the Australian Workers' Union that horticultural workers paid piece rates are entitled to at least the casual minimum wage. Do your growers pay piece rates, and do they believe it's fair that piece rate workers will now be guaranteed the minimum wage?
So most of our growers will pay piece rates to their labourers. We work quite closely with Fair Work in terms of determining a fair piece rate. We have our workplace health and safety and compliance team also work quite closely with all 140 of our growers to ensure that the piece rates that we're paying are fair and equitable.
And the question of this decision from the Fair Work Commission, do you believe it's this guarantee of minimum wage is a fair outcome?
Well, we think, Chair, it's got to be balanced against the needs and the demands of growers, but obviously it needs to also benefit the job security of workers. We have not had to digest the whole decision at this stage, so we reserve our opinion on that, Chair, until we've digested that outcome and read the decision. So our concern, though, is to make sure that the understandable needs of the worker are balanced with the needs and demands and, I suppose, risks posed by the grower. So we look at the decision in that context.
Thanks. Just so I'm a little bit clearer on your answer, and thanks for your comments. Does that mean that you do support the minimum wage going into the award? I noted that, and thank you for your evidence that the majority of your workers, if not all, get paid by piece work.
Well, we support what is fair and equitable. Now, I have not digested the whole decision, but it's got to be fair and equitable for all parties, Chair. And that is, I suppose, the framework or principle that we will be digesting the decision.
Mr. Callaway, I appreciate if you haven't read the full results from the Commission's decision. It is difficult to say, whether you agree with the actual decision. What I'm asking is quite slightly different question now, and that is that, do you believe that these workers should be entitled to a minimum wage, which is an hourly rate?
These workers are entitled to a wage that is appropriate, equitable and fair, but also taking account of the needs of the growers. So I suppose, Chair, if it is determined by all parties in the process, which includes growers, that a minimum wage is appropriate, then that is what we would support. If it is fair and equitable for it not to be, then some other formulation needs to be determined. We are aware of the decision of the Fair Work Commission, thank you, but we have not had time to digest the rationale or that background.
Thank you. The Blue Harvest report by the McKell Institute last year investigated conditions for piece rate workers at blueberry farms on the mid-north coast, where I understand your growers are based. It found some temporary migrant workers were paid as low as $3 per hour picking blueberries. There were others earning just $15 to $20 per day. Are those sorts of rates exploitive?
Well, any rates that are not fair to the worker are exploitive. So that's a simple position from our perspective. But having said that, we wish to comply with the award and wish to do so, if not well above it. So we're in the business of making sure that we become an employer of choice because the need and demand for labour is essential for our business.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. I appreciate you've mentioned, that, and if I understood correctly, that the minimum wage to protect workers, if that's the decision from the court, then you will apply to it.
Yes.
Do you think that some growers and labour hire firms will continue breaking the law and paying that as little as $3 an hour?
No, I can't answer that, Chair.
I'm extending beyond certainly the Oz Group, you can make some comment there, but also, competition.
Yeah, Chair, look, I can't answer that on behalf of labour hire firms. But I really do not know about their business, to be honest. We do use a labour hire firm to secure labour, but their practices I can't comment.
Just during the 2019, 2020 and 2021 harvest period, how many migrant workers were employed on the Oz Group farms?
Probably not something we can answer because as a cooperative, we've not really been involved in what's happening on the farms in terms of labour on the farms until we've engaged in the seasonal worker program this year. It's my understanding that most of our growers, and I need to acknowledge here that I've been with Oz Group for 6 months, most of our growers are Fair Farms or SEDEX accredited, and there is a fair volume in that within both of those accreditations around employment law, fair employment practices. So most of our growers, and as being part of the supply chain, they need to be accredited through either one of those mechanisms.
If you just say, do you know what the average take-home pay per worker each week over the same period?
For workers on farms, I could not answer that.
Yeah.
I could definitely answer that in the context of the seasonal worker program, which I'm happy to talk about.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so this season is the first season that Oz Group has used seasonal workers. We've engaged with a labour hire company with an approved employer that brings those seasonal workers in for us. At this point in time, we've got 200 seasonal workers, just over 200, working on about 39 different farm sites for 16 different growers. All of those growers are either Fair Farms or SEDEX accredited, and they've all undertaken in-house training around employment conditions, employment law, workplace health and safety and requirements on farm. Similarly, the seasonal workers have engaged in an induction program through the approved employer. We've also conducted job safety analysis on each of the work sites and workplace health and safety assessments as well. In terms of Oz Group's participation in the seasonal worker program this year, one of the biggest issues for us on the Mid-North Coast is that there's actually an acute housing shortage at the moment. So accommodation was something that the cooperative decided very early on in the piece they needed to take the forefront and organise, secure appropriate accommodation. So to that point, Oz Group has invested over $3 million in accommodation and transport infrastructure to make sure that when we are accessing seasonal workers, that we're providing an appropriate accommodation setting. At some points in the last 6 months, the rental vacancy rate in Coffs Harbour has been 0. Due to COVID, we've had a variety of industries engage in remote work and wanting to come and move to regional areas, which has affected an already tight market. So providing appropriate accommodation and appropriate resources and support for seasonal workers has been at the forefront of what Oz Group has done so far and what we plan to do into the future as well.
And I just want to be clear, so the cooperative doesn't do auditing outside the seasonal worker program of labour standards?
Can you state that again, please? Sorry.
Yeah, so just if I understand from your evidence, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong, that outside the seasonal worker program, that the cooperative doesn't have a oversight role on what's happening on the farms regarding labour conditions and pay.
In terms of our compliance team, yes, we do. And in terms of making sure that our growers are meeting that accreditation for Fair Farms and for SEDEX, which is for the Rubus growers, we do have a piece to play in that, and we do have a compliance team that supports our growers in ensuring that those needs are met and ensuring that they've got the appropriate support available to them.
And what percentage of your growers are covered by the requirements of the seasonal worker program and Fair Farms?
The Fair Farms so Fair Farms accreditation and the SEDEX accreditation are absolutely essential for the for the supply chain. So in terms of our relationship with Driscoll, with Woolworths, with Aldi, that's a basic requirement of needing to be accredited through either of those programs, depending on which variety you're growing, whether you're growing blueberries or. So I would say, and I would have to take that on notice and get you a formal answer, but I would say that all of our growers would be accredited through that.
But you don't know offhand, you'd have to check.
No, I would have to check. It's not my area of expertise.
I'll just now go to Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair. I've actually had a lot of trouble following, so I will yield to Senator Grogan. My line must be a bit dodgy.
All right, thanks, Senator Small. I might just ask a couple more questions and Senator Grogan, and hand over to Senator Grogan, if that's okay. Just want to go back to this question about the auditing process. Being such a large producer of blueberries, the cooperative, have you come across instances of exploitative acts, poor payment, poor pay systems, unsafe practices?
I would have to take that on notice. Sorry, Senator, if it's not within my experience. We do have a workplace health and safety and compliance team, and I'm more than comfortable with providing some information.
Thank you. Would you be able to give us the audit, just the audit procedures, and also the reason I'm asking is one of the things that we've been doing during the inquiry is looking at what happens in supply chains and where there's other bodies which are above, in this case, the cooperative above the farmers in a sense, which are slightly different. There's just so if you could provide that, what the audit process is, what's actually looked at, how often it's done, how many farms get looked at, and over what period of time would be very helpful.
Yep, no problem.
You can't tell me any of. Can you tell me any of that off the top of your head?
I'm sorry, I can't. It's not my area of employment, no.
Right. So if just going to just another question about the sorts of pressures in the market to win contracts. What sort of do you find there's a high pressure in the market that's affecting margins, or have you seen margins grow or shrink over time?
I suppose, Senator, we've seen ongoing pressure on price throughout the supply chain. So from that perspective, the way that COP operates is we sell through partner to the major retailers, and the requirements, the ongoing and increasing requirements from those retailers is a substantial cost of the business, which then affects the price squeeze of so, and these such pressures include that of auditing, whether it be quality assurance auditing or QA, or whether it be much broader environmental issues, which would include labour, etc. So all of our compliance with SEPs or fair farms or fresh care, as well as obviously testing of the product and all the other requirements of our retailers, it's cost to the business. So from that perspective, it's been an increasing issue that we've had to manage. Layer that with COVID and the vagaries that has presented to the business and the supply chain has just added complexities within the system.
Mr. Callaway, it might be just better when you're answering, if you're able, if you don't mind, we'll just try this to see if it gets a better sound for us. Yeah, if you could move a bit further over towards, that's wonderful. I think it'll help.
Yep.
Over to you, Senator Grogan.
I'm also struggling to follow along. The sound quality is pretty bad. But I do have some questions I would like to ask. So your cooperative has been together for 20 years? That be about right?
Cooperative since 2013. Prior to that, it was a proprietary entity.
So the way the cooperative works, the farms all do their own thing, but do you still hold the packing facility?
That's correct.
And the packing facility is a combined effort?
That's correct.
Okay. So with the workers on the farms, do they tend to work across multiple sites or do they tend to stay in one place?
Generally speaking, most of our growers would use contracted labour, so I'm not able to answer whether they're working across multiple sites. In terms of the seasonal workers that we have at the moment, yes, they are working across multiple sites. But what they do is they have a host employer, which is their primary job site. But in the interest of being able to provide sufficient work, and because we're so weather impacted at the moment here on the mid-north coast, I will move them around farms or move them to the pack house as required to be able to provide a sufficient number of hours each week for them.
Cool. So in the situation we found ourselves with the pandemic, there've been a number of COVID outbreaks in regional communities, including in Coffs Harbour. Can you walk us through the steps that you've taken to make sure that your organisation can respond effectively and make sure that all the COVID regulations are followed and that the workers are all kept safe?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah, please.
So we're actually co-located with our distributor in the same building. So we have a primary committee that we work with amongst the senior management team of both of those organisations to ensure at a site level in the pack house that we have some level of safety around COVID-19. We have also, in terms of our pack house staff, we've created A teams and B teams. We've worked cooperatively with some of the other berry packaging organisations on the North Coast to develop COVID plans that would allow us to respond effectively quite quickly in terms of an outbreak. All of our growers, our drop sites, we have COVID safe plans for all of those sites. We have QR check-ins every day. We have a lot of, and a lot of that, I have to say, an added complexity around language difficulties. We have quite a multicultural workforce, so being able to respond and communicate with people effectively has taken a lot of work, and we've had a really concerted effort at making sure that we're going above and beyond in keeping our workforce safe.
Cool. It has come to our attention that around the 21st of October, your group sent a letter to its growers alerting them to the fact that one of your growers had tested positive to COVID-19 and had likely been positive since the 12th of October. Sorry, my lights have just gone out. And that there was some reference that you believe that some of the workers may also have been infected. Can you talk us through that process?
Well, that was handled by our compliance and WHS manager, but in so doing, we obviously spoke to the grower involved and enacted a process to try and limit exposure. As soon as we knew from this grower that they were a suspect case or that they were positive, and as a result, the grower was isolated, and so I believe there were 4 growers.
So Mr. Holloway, we're picking up every second or third word. Maybe if when your colleague was speaking, we could hear it quite reasonably clearly. Ms. Hosh, is it some way? Yep, thank you.
Is that better, Chair?
It seems to be slightly better. Yes, thanks.
Okay, so in terms of the COVID safe plans that we have in place, as soon as we found out about that particular grower, there was an alert put out to all of our grower network, as well as our workers, as it relates to the positive case that had been discovered and that we were made aware of. We then did tracing as a result of that particular grower and found out that the workers, and I believe there were 4, I have to take that on notice, but I believe there were 4 workers on that farm were also living on the farm, and as a result, it was subsequently contained. So from that perspective, it just so happens that the case was fairly well contained. But there are plans that we have in place which to us reflect the new normal as it relates to these circumstances arising on a continual basis, ad hoc, and we have management plans in place to address and confront those matters.
I must say, I'm not sure I caught enough of that answer to go terribly much further.
Are you able to hear me, Senator?
Sorry?
Are you able to hear me when I speak?
I miss words. That it's very.
I'm happy to repeat some of that. Essentially, we did a lot of work with our workplace health and safety and compliance team to ensure that that grower was actually isolated. The workers that tested positive were residing on his farm, so we worked with New South Wales Health to identify the people at risk. We actually closed down, that grower was dropping fruit to one of our drop points. We actually closed that drop point down and did a deep clean and had all of the staff at that drop point COVID tested, even though the risk that they had been exposed was quite minimal.
And so can you step us through the timeline? Because the information I have would indicate that that the grower had been positive since about the 12th of October. What was the time frame from there in terms of you informing the other growers, but also informing the workers?
I would have to take that on notice and provide a response from our workplace health and safety manager, because I'm not involved at that level. Okay. I'm happy to provide a response. I just don't know at this point in time.
All right. Well, we might provide you with a list of questions on notice. And Senator Sheldon, I think your audio might be a little better than mine. I might hand back to you if that's okay.
Good, thanks, Senator Grogan. I'll probably put majority of my questions on notice, but I just want to ask this first. Mr. Gurmash Singh, the former chairman of Oz Group and current member of the New South Wales Legislative Assembly, said in 2018 that the blueberry industry is too tied up in red tape, including in relationship to labour standards. And do you think there is too much red tape in the fruit picking industry, Mr. Holloway?
Well, there is a lot of compliance matters that we do comply with. We need to comply with, but it does provide a level of red tape, if you get your word, Senator, level of red tape as it relates to being able to manage the business moving forward. Look, we're happy to detail what some of those measures might be, some of those issues might be, but there is a so-called red tape that is a cost to the business. Now, whether it be a cost to Oz Group as a cooperative, or whether it's a cost to each grower, these are the ongoing issues. And getting back to, I suppose, a previous point raised, Chairman, regarding the cost price squeeze that we face as a business. Again, the principle, and I suppose the lens that I look this through, is fair and equitable for stakeholders. In the position that I have in the business, is looking at that with no fear or favour. We need to look at what is fair and reasonable for all stakeholders. And I do emphasise that the procurement of labour is one of our key stakeholders.
Mr. Kellaway, we got parts of that, so I'll probably send that question over to you in questions on notice. But just maybe you just have another stab at, and I'm not sure whether you answered this part of the question because we couldn't quite hear it. But the question, do you see, as the chairman saw, the former chairman is now in the New South Wales Legislative Assembly, that red tape includes in relationship to labour standards, and we've seen piecework across the sector where people are getting paid as little as $3 an hour. There's been inquiries, obviously, from the Harvest Trail and the Fair Work Ombudsman, which I'm sure you'd be aware of, at least broadly, some of the findings there. And we've heard some pretty shocking evidence about workers sleeping on mattresses on the floor, overcrowded accommodation, pay rates as low as a few dollars an hour or $3 an hour. Do you think this sounds like an issue over regulation?
Well, those particular matters, Senator, I'd suggest not. Those conditions, whether it be pay or living conditions, are not sustainable. So from that perspective, those are not the matters that would have been referred to by our previous chair. I have not spoken to our previous chair as it relates to that matter. But suffice to say, it is clear that that is not sustainable. Therefore, it's not appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Hallowell. And I'd like to thank the senators and Hansard. I'm not quite sure how much we got of the answers to questions because of the connection, but be sure that we'll send over some questions on notice. I just want to thank you for your evidence today. Your evidence will assist the committee in deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator.
Just if we got Mr. Jarvis and Ms. Halderan, are you with us? If not, I'll just adjourn until 4:30. And shortly, Ms. Van Halderan from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. And thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I am joined by Senator Ben Small and Senator Karen Grogan. The Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And if you could also mention Ms. Van Halderan, Mr. Jarvis' position.
And Ms. Van Halderan's just joining us now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. We started a bit earlier. Absolutely okay.
Okay, I might start with myself. So my name is, let me just mute yourself. So my name is Bjorn Jarvis. I'm the head of labour statistics at the ABS.
Thank you.
Yes, and good afternoon. My name is Gemma Van Halderan. I'm the General Manager of the Population, Labour and Location Insights Division at the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So I note that ABS has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. Now I invite you to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you have prepared a longer opening statement, you may email it to the Secretariat for incorporation in the Hansard. Would one of you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. We're very comfortable to pass over making an opening statement, just answer any questions that you and other members of the committee may have for us.
I like that approach, Mr. Jarvis. Over to you, Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, folks. We've had a lot of discussion through the course of this inquiry around the accuracy or otherwise of, I guess, the data that tells us as to the prevalence of various types of employment arrangement within the Australian economy. We often obviously use the HILDA data set, where employees without leave entitlements is effectively a proxy for the presence of casual employment in the labour force. Is there any other way to look at this data, or does that remain the most credible source to assess, how prevalent it is?
Thanks for the question, Senator. The headline measure of whether or not people have got paid leave entitlements is something that the ABS has used over a long period of time. We do use that on a quarterly basis in our labour force survey. We also use that as a measure across a range of other surveys that we run. But once a year, we ask a supplementary survey in conjunction with the labour force survey in August of every year, and that survey is called the Characteristics of Employment. So in addition to collecting whether people have paid leave entitlements, that survey also...
Not quite sure what that is, Mr. Jarvis. So if you're able to...
That's okay. I can continue through that. So that survey, in addition to collecting information on whether people have paid leave entitlements, also asks people directly whether they consider their job to be casual. It also collects information on whether people have a minimum number of guaranteed hours, to what extent their hours vary over time. So while whether someone has paid leave entitlements or not is the most commonly used measure, that survey also provides other ways of looking at casual employment. The interesting thing when you look at the results from that survey is the numbers are broadly comparable. So there's a number of different ways that you could define that population, but they broadly align with the most common measure. Now that survey, Characteristics of Employment, collects a whole range of very detailed information to understand all the different ways in which people work. And so that's the same survey that provides detailed insights on people that work as casuals, but also the same survey that provides information on people who work as independent contractors, people who work on a shift basis. So all of those questions are also available for the people who are answering questions about casuals.
Thank you. I might, Senator Gregor, I understand that Senator Small has dropped out, but will come back in. So I might go to you, if that's okay, Senator Gregor.
Hello. Thank you for that. So you have the two surveys. Can you maybe just unpack a little bit the differences between them and the rationale for the difference?
I can certainly do that. So every month we run the labour force survey, and that produces the headline measures of what's happening in the labour market. Every third month we ask some extra questions of everyone in that survey to collect some detailed information to understand how they're working and their working arrangements. So a good example would be we ask them questions about the industry that they work in, the occupation they work in, and also whether they've got paid leave entitlements. So as to not put too much burden on the community and people responding to the survey, once a year we ask additional questions of people in the survey in August to further understand and drill down and understand how they're working. And we also ask questions about education and work in May, and also questions about job mobility, job search, and participation in the labour market in February. So it's while it's supplementary information, it's actually collected within the same survey from the same people. It's just asked once a year. So in understanding how many casuals there are in the Australian economy, we have information on a quarterly basis, so in February, May, August and November of each year, and then these questions provide some extra detailed data for those population groups once a year.
Okay. So according to your website, you collected data on casual loadings in 2013, but not since then, is that correct?
That's correct. So we do collect casual loading information and information on the kind of casual pay arrangements within a business survey that we run every second year. So that's the survey of employee earnings and hours. And so we ran that in respect of May of this year, and some data from that survey will come out at the start of next year. But you're right, up until 2013, we were collecting whether people had paid leave entitlements. We were collecting whether they were self-identified, or self-identifying, I should say, as a casual, and also collecting information on whether or not people were in receipt of casual loading. Whether or not people were in receipt of casual loading was a difficult question for a lot of people to answer. And so in the interest of ensuring that we were asking the most useful questions within that survey, that question was dropped. It did align very closely with some of the other information that we were collecting within that survey. And we also have similar related information that we collect directly from employers, who are generally a better source of information about exactly how people are being paid, and those kind of conditions and entitlements, because they're able to more readily refer to payroll information, whereas a lot of people struggle to know exactly how, whether they're in receipt of casual loading, what the amount is, or how that fits within their broader kind of pay arrangements.
And so was that an active decision? It has been speculated that there've been some budgetary constraints and some cuts within the ABS. I'm just wondering if that had any impact on adjusting the surveys, or...
So those changes, they came out of a review that we did looking at the information that we collect on the labour market from households back in 2011 and 2012. And through that process, we actually combined a lot of the survey topics that we were collecting throughout the year in order to collect more information together, in order to be able to better understand how people were working. So through that consultation process, which included public consultation, we did do a frank assessment of what the most important information was, what information was best sourced by asking people questions in the labour force survey and the supplementary topics that are run with the labour force survey. And that consultation process identified that that was one of the topics that was of lower priority and also less well suited to collecting from households. So through that process, we actually looked at combining and increasing a range of other information that we were collecting. And that's currently reflected in the survey questions that we ask. And we could certainly provide a copy of the report that we published back in 2012 that talks about that process.
That would be useful. So throughout the course of this inquiry, we've received quite a lot of shocking evidence about the prevalence of labour hire and the conditions thereof. The Queensland mining body, coal mining body board noted that in 1996, they had 94% of workers in Queensland Coal were directly employed by the mine, and today there's only 50%, and the other half are all in labour hire. We've seen that in other industries where there's this increase in terms of the labour hire percentage of the population. But the rates that we see on the ABS data are still very, very low. So could you just talk us through where exactly it's collected and why that discrepancy might be occurring?
I can certainly talk you through that. So the question, so we directly ask people in that August supplementary survey whether they are employed by a labour hire firm or whether they've got work through a labour hire firm. Given labour hire employment is a bit more of a complex thing for people to work through, we also produce a range of other information, particularly with an industry focus, through a collection called the Labour Account. And so the Labour Account, which is, so Australia was one of the first countries to develop a labour account. We introduced that back in 2017, and we currently have about 25 years of industry information within that. And that actually provides an insight into the size of employment within the labour hire portion of the economy. So we know that there's some people, when they're responding to the labour force questions about labour hire, that are a bit confused about whether or not they're employed by the labour hire firm or they're employed by the firm that the labour hire firm is subcontracting work out to. So that's where some of these other estimates end up being slightly higher, particularly for industries where labour hire work is prevalent. That said, that information that we collect in August does provide a good sense of changes in labour hire over time, but for the best estimate, we, like only a handful of other countries, produce the labour account to provide the best indication of the size of, so within the industry classification, it's the industry division. So there's not, if you were to divide up All the businesses across the economy at the highest level, there's 19 industry divisions, and so labour hire falls within the administrative support and support services division. And so the labour account gives us the best sense of the size of the industry, how many people are employed by the industry, the jobs within that industry, the hours that are worked within that industry, and also the total remuneration for people employed within that particular industry.
So effectively, there's a potential cross-reference there between your question, which is, are you currently registered with a labour hire firm or an employment agency, which people may or may not get right in terms of understanding their full conditions, and you're able to then cross-reference that to a subset within your industries, and do those two figures match?
So the labour account gives us a higher figure of people that are employed in that administrative and support services. So that's why that's the best source of information. If you're trying to understand that particular industry, we have information on that industry on a quarterly basis and how that has changed over time. And we know that other sources of information, because of the complex employment relationships around labour hire, don't tend to give a full picture of the extent of employment within that particular industry. They still give useful information on people's conditions if they're working as labour hire employees. It still gives a good sense of how things are changing over time. But our analysis has shown that a labour account is the best way at quantifying the full size and scope of that particular industry, much more than any other industry in particular.
Because there are people who work within in a labour hire scenario, but they've been working for a particular employer consistently full-time for 10 years. And I wonder where the capture of those people actually ends up sitting.
So they're definitely captured in all of our labour statistics, but what our comparison of labour account data with labour force data shows that a lot of those people who are persistently employed by labour hire firms who are, say, using the example of working in mining, doing it over a long period of time, end up identifying that they're employed in mining rather than employed by a labour hire firm that is contracting work to the mining industry. Now, that's something that we can take into account in the labour account. The labour account therefore gives us a higher estimate of people working in labour hire than some of that other information that the ABS produces. Now, that's not a general thing that we see across the labour market. This is very much within the labour hire space, just given the nature of the industry and how labour and employment and jobs work within that particular industry. So that gives us a sense you can, and anyone can jump on the ABS website and compare the total number of employed people and the jobs in that industry compared to what's in labour force to get an idea of what that difference is.
Okay, Chair, did you want to go back to Senator Small?
Yeah, if Senator Small, if you're now with us.
Yeah, and hopefully I'll stay with you now, Chair. Sorry about that. Folks, I'll have to read the Hansard to get the answer to the other questions I asked. Unfortunately, I cut out. Can I ask a question? I'm not sure if this falls within the ABS data set or not. There has been some discussion around whether or not casual workers actually get a 25% loading. Now, obviously, that's clear enough under the awards. Do you have any evidence to suggest that that is not the case?
There's nothing that we produce from ABS statistics that provides a sense of who's effectively in receipt of casual loading or their full casual loading. But there are certainly people that do analysis looking at earnings and trying to establish to what extent people are in receipt of their full casual loading. So it's not something that we publish. We provide information on how much people are earning, and you can see how much people are earning in various industries, various occupations, under various pay setting arrangements. And from that, people do try to, derive measures, but it's not something that the ABS would do. It's not really in our remit, given our role in producing official statistics rather than compliance or identifying instances where things may or may not be being done correctly.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Thank you. With regards to labour hire, is it possible to identify whether or not labour hire is increasingly prevalent in the Australian workforce?
It is. As I mentioned with the previous answer, the best source of that information is the quarterly labour account. And so we have information on a quarterly basis for jobs, the number of employed people, the hours that are worked, and also the earnings for the administrative and support services industry. And we also produce even more detailed information from that labour account on an annual basis. So you could, and that information is available over more than 25 years. So over that 25 years of labour account data, you could see how those indicators are changing over time.
Okay, brilliant. That's very helpful. And that's all for me. Thanks, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much, Senator Small. I just want to if you can unpack this for me a bit, would be helpful. We just talked before, and you've given some evidence regarding labour hire firms. In the case of your two examples, I'm talking more generically, even though I'm using these two examples. Qantas shifted most of its ground workforce to a wholly owned subsidiary labour hire firm called Qantas Ground Services at one point about a decade ago. BHP has similarly set up a wholly owned subsidiary labour hire firm called BHP Operations Services. BHP actually refused to even acknowledge to this committee that the Operations Services employees aren't BHP employees, even though they're employed on completely separate enterprise agreements and contract to BHP. Is the ABS confident that someone working for Qantas Ground Services or BHP Operations Services will identify as being a labour hire employee?
So that was what I was touching on with my previous answer about the labour account. So that provides a mechanism for us to look at the total employment in each of the registered business units, in addition to some of the questions that we ask through surveys directly from businesses, and also the labour force survey and some of the supplementary topics where we go directly to individuals and households to ask questions about what they're working on. So through that, we can actually see how the level of employment in different business units, and for those business units, the industry that they're employed in. So the labour account is a really useful mechanism for us, providing the best estimates for a complex industry like this, because we can take all of that information into account to say, well, actually, under that particular example, there are this many jobs who are actually attached to a labour hire firm that is providing labour, as opposed to something in the aviation industry, unless all of those businesses, if they're functionally providing labour but still within the aviation industry, end up being categorised as being within the aviation industry. But the ABS uses all of that information to try to place the functions in the industries that relate to the business that, and the business activities that business is actually undertaking. So if we were to profile that business that you were talking about, we would be categorising that as providing labour hire support.
Is there I'm going to come back to this question, I just want to explore it a little bit further, but thank you for your answer. Is there a way of actually evaluating insecure work? And I'm very mindful that obviously there's the casual figures you've mentioned before, the labour hire, which I would argue is insecure work. There's companies like Uber, that are now the second largest employer in the country with 120,000 contractors. Is there a way of measuring that insecure work question?
So if it's a question, Senator, about whether or not it would be possible for someone to come up with an estimate of that, possibly, and there may be people in the academic community who are kind of best placed to explore a model around that. The ABS has never tried to define secure or insecure work, or satisfactory or unsatisfactory work, or high quality or low quality work. And part of the challenge, and this isn't just something that's unique to Australia, but it's certainly something that statisticians around the world struggle with, is our core role is really around providing objective statistics. And if you want to get 100 people in a room and ask them to identify what is secure or insecure work, you'd probably have 100 different answers about what that includes, and also what the thresholds would be. But certainly our labour statistics provide very detailed information into how people work, so that you could look at different working arrangements and make decisions about how to categorise various jobs.
Just so I've understood correctly, and back to my example, in this case, BHP, they, and I have no reason to believe that Qantas was different, but BHP most certainly could have given evidence to say that even though the company was contracting and providing labour on a separate enterprise bargaining agreement, that company was still very much a BHP company rather than a labour hire company. Now, the reality was that company also competes with other bids within the group. Is there some way of measuring those sorts of environments where employers are saying, no, really, they aren't labour hire? When in actual fact, in my view, they are, but it's some subjective way of looking at that.
So that's quite a complex question to work through. So potentially, if you're looking at all of the different business units, and provided those businesses have those as separately reporting business units through the tax system, or in the way that they're set up and reporting and responding to our surveys, it's probably a question that we'd need to take on notice and give a bit of consideration to, just to make sure that you get a specific answer. It's certainly something that you could potentially be asking specific questions in a survey around. But yeah, I don't think I'd be able to give you a definitive answer on that this afternoon.
Thanks. If you can take that on notice, I'd appreciate it. I just want to go to, there was 3 examples, and I might just run through them, and you might rate them as matters worth considering or not. I note that one of the, as I understand, I'm going to use the wrong language here, but basically there's a survey done on whether people are likely to stay with the same employer for 12 months by ABS. You're nodding your head, so I gather that's correct. Now, there's 3 questions which could be considered. We received this from Professor Peets this morning. Just want to road test it. These 3 questions could be asked in a similar nature, where it's asking for a view. Is your income more or less secure than it was a year ago? Are your hours of work more or less? And is your employment more or less secure?
So in terms of the survey about employment intentions, that's actually the labour force survey. So one of the questions that we ask on a quarterly basis, so in February, May, August and November, is whether or not people expect to be in their current business or with their current employer in 12 months' time. And if not, there's a range of reasons that they can give. So that helps to provide a sense of change. In February of each year, the extra questions that we ask cover job mobility. So within that, we can get a sense of how many people have changed jobs. And in the media over the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of interest in that data, and it shows job mobility has decreased over the last 50 years, and in particular over the last 30 years, a pretty steady decline. Within that survey, we do get information on changes in hours, so you can understand the extent to which people's hours vary, but also getting a sense of whether their hours have increased or decreased over time. Asking people a question about whether or not they consider their employment to be secure and insecure is a pretty difficult question. It's quite a subjective question. So with any of these, the answer is always you could ask the question. The challenge is, are you going to get responses to a question that are going to give you something that's useful for really understanding working arrangements and conditions that people have at a point in time, and how the labour market is changing over time. So we generally, as an organisation, stick to objective questions. We do have that question about future expectations, so that's a bit speculative. But the reason that we do ask that one is, at least objectively, if someone is currently contemplating or currently doing something that may lead to a change in job, or if they can see that the business is struggling, you can at least pick up useful information through that. But we could certainly take those questions on notice and provide a little bit more rigour about strengths and weaknesses of those questions.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. I appreciate that. It just strikes me as that when you're asking, if you were to ask that question, has your work been income less secure and separately your employment less secure? It's probably really a view from the individual perception, and sometimes perception can also be reality, but at least it's an indicator, because one of the difficulties we've had throughout this inquiry, we've had a number of academic reports and academics before us raising the issue of insecure work as much broader. And of course, there's been an attempt to concentrate solely on the figure of casualisation, whilst we've seen these companies come and grow. Labour hire, the last 25 years, labour hire in the mining industry, from a report that was carried out by the Queensland Coal Mining Board of Inquiry, reported that in 1996, 94% of workers in Queensland coal were directly employed by the mine operator. Today, only 50%. The other half are employed by labour hire or service contractors. And of course, as I mentioned before, Uber with 120,000. And job security to me also means the capacity for people, the willingness for people to spend. So when we're trying to work out what's going wrong or what's going right, or what's in between, it would seem to me that it would be very helpful as a senator and as an observer, and to this, it would seem it would be very helpful. There's no other questions from the other senators, and I just want to thank you very much for your evidence today. And your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
I'll now adjourn until 5:15. Hearing. I now welcome Mr. Heinrich and Ms. Freeman. Sorry, is Mr. Heinrich with us, Taz?
He's not just yet.
No, I might just start on the just the introduction work that takes a few minutes, and then we'll just see where Mr. Heinrich sat. I do welcome shortly Mr. Heinrich and Ms. Freeman from AssetLink. Thank you for joining us. For your benefit, I am the chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small and Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might do it for Mr. Heinrich, if you could, please.
My name is Alison Freeman, and I'm the National Human Resources Manager for AssetLink. And we also will be joined by Ron Heinrich, who's the chairman of the AssetLink board.
Thank you. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I am joined by Senator Ben Small and Senator Karen Grogan. The Hansard record, will you please you state your full name? I note that AssetLink has not provided submission to the inquiry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. If you're doing the, I'm not sure who's doing the introduction. You have a few minutes to make any remarks, if you like.
Mr. Heinrich was, sorry, Senator.
It's okay. No, you're about to answer. Thank you.
Mr. Heinrich that was just him on the telephone again. He's going to call in. He can't access the link and he'll be making the opening remarks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Freeman. I'll just suspend while we're waiting for that. The Chair, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small and Senator Karen Grogan. And we now invite you to make a short opening statement of no longer than 2 to 3 minutes. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If you've prepared a longer opening statement, you may email it to the Secretariat for Incorporation in Hansard. Over to you, Mr. Heinrich.
Thank you, Chair. I only have a fairly short statement to make. AssetLink was established 27 years ago and operates an integrated services management provider as an integrated services management provider throughout Australia and New Zealand. Our service model principally is based on delivering cleaning, security, concierge and maintenance services to a range of clients based in the aviation, aged care, government, commercial and retail industries. With over 2,700 client sites, supported by over 2,200 employees who were all deemed as essential workers from the outset of COVID in March last year, AssetLink provided specialist services which were underscored by a sustainability model where non-chemical, clean and green products were used, supported by organic recycling and waste management to our client sites from the outset of the pandemic. As a core tenet of our safety culture, safety not negotiable for our people, sites and customers, we delivered 2,500 daily welfare checks via SMS, on the phone and face-to-face to our people, and still going with over 100 team members certified to deliver infectious control cleaning services. 50,000 plus hand sanitizer bottles and PPE were distributed throughout Australia and New Zealand, and 20 plus new COVID-related safe work procedures established and embedded across our Australian and New Zealand teams. Our corporate social responsibility strategy is underpinned by a UN Sustainable Development focus spread across a range of initiatives on health and wellbeing, quality education for our frontline team members delivered by our LMS platform, where they complete 3,500 assigned training courses across 276 courses provided in the last 12 months, as well as climate action initiatives that include water usage measures aimed at a 10% reduction in like-for-like across our portfolio of clients. Finally, our annual group Reflect Wrap is highlighted by an exciting JV last year to establish asset-linked Indigenous services to provide cleaning services to a national client with a clear strategy to continue to increase investment in Indigenous-owned suppliers, engage with our community partners, including a focus on embedding initiatives to support our Indigenous employment and engagement plan with mentoring programs to provide experience, learning and traineeship programs and pathways for all our Indigenous team members. We currently have a total number of employees of 2,117 people, and I'll repeat that, 2,270 employees across our group. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much for that. And I'll now ask Senator Grogan to start off with the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. Can I confirm you just won the cleaning contract at the Canberra Centre? Was that your organisation?
That's correct.
Okay. And when did you take over that contract?
The 21st of September.
This year, yeah.
Yes.
So when you won that contract, did you consult with the incumbent cleaning staff as to how they've been employed under their previous contract?
Yes, we did. There were extensive consultation piece that occurred on site. Over 300 conversations, I believe, occurred.
And was there any consideration of maintaining the terms and conditions where it was the employee's preference?
We certainly gave every consideration and we attempted quite vigorously to match like for like. There were changes in what we had tendered with regards to the contract and the roster we had submitted. And we attempted to make sure that as many people as possible were provided like for like, and those who were not able to be provided like for like, we negotiated with to try and find a good outcome for them as well as for us.
So you talk about there being some required changes by nature of the changing contract. Can you outline what the top line issues were there? Was it less hours, different hours?
There were less hours and there were different hours.
Can you explain to us why that would be? And was less hours, was that about pricing?
I'm not privy to why that was. That we were asked to tender for what we considered to be an optimised roster and best practice roster that was safe, that was achievable, that was compliant with CAF, and we did so. So we were never privy to the previous contractor's actual roster. We only had anecdotal evidence from the team members.
So we received evidence earlier today that sort of conflicts with yours in terms of that consultation, the outcome in terms of people's change. I think one of the key shift changes was where there was a well-established shift, which was the same duration, but started earlier in the evening and finished at 1 a.m. And the shift has now changed to start later and finish at 6 a.m. Are you able to explain what the benefit of that shift change was?
I can. As the subject matter expert with regards to putting forward this tender for consideration by the client, we took into account the optimal opportunity for us to provide the level of service that was required in a way that was achievable for our team, safe for our team, and most cost effective. So we believe having 3 8-hour shifts, a morning, an afternoon and night shift. The 2 day shifts are, I guess, they're shifts that maintain and prepare the centre with regards to its level of cleanliness for the night shift to come in, where the centre is isolated from members of the general public and our team can operate heavy machinery without interruption and achieve what they need to achieve to do a deep clean overnight, resulting in optimal result for the client.
So what time does the Canberra Centre close of an evening?
It depends. The car park is still accessible until 9 p.m, but the centre itself on a Friday and Saturday is open till 10 p.m.
But you can appreciate that the change in that shift for people who are used to going home at 1, getting up in the morning, getting the kids ready for school, getting themselves organised, it's quite a significant change.
Yes, it is a significant change. And those people who voiced really strenuous objections, we have been able to make alternative arrangements for.
And did you have any engagement with the unions involved in staff at the Canberra Centre?
Yes, extensive consultation with the union.
Just one union?
The UWU, yes.
Just the UWU? And do you feel that that consultation resulted in everyone being satisfied?
Well, can I
believe it
say
did.
something in response to that question? That I believe it did, and I believe that the issues that were concerning a small number of staff have all been resolved to the satisfaction of the union and the satisfaction of AssetLink.
Okay. That's not necessarily in line with what we've heard already.
Well, we can provide evidence to the contrary if you require it.
Okay. So is it correct that workers who are previously in permanent ongoing positions were forced into casual contracts?
Unfortunately, yes. We didn't have as many lines in the roster as there were previously. So we have offered all team members were offered employment. Some, regrettably, were offered casual with a guarantee that they had first choice of any permanent role that came up for the next 6 months.
Okay. But my understanding is that there are some staff who are not receiving any shifts at all.
That's a function of COVID, and as we're coming out of COVID and the restrictions in the ACT, and as we're leading up into the peak Christmas period, everyone who is a casual will be offered shifts.
So the Canberra Centre has been a COVID contact centre, is that right?
In what way?
It had close contact. There was it was listed as a contact centre in the ACT Health. Yet the hours of cleaning are being reduced?
No, the hours of cleaning are not being reduced, the span of hours. And we believe as a business that our method of cleaning is in fact optimal for the safety of our team and also the general public.
So do you have do you publish your rosters?
Yes, we do.
And did you have those they're called duty schedules?
Yes.
Did you have those all set out before or after? Was it part of the contract? Was it done before or after the contract change?
It was done after the contract change. We have generic duty statements, but then of course we have to get to intimately know the centre. The tendering process is basically a desktop exercise. We put together what we believe is optimal, but then we have to get to know the centre, any centre, and work out how things are done specifically, what those specific needs are on that site, and then amend the duty rosters and grow the duty rosters as a result of that.
So we have heard stories that the lights at the centre are automatically turned off about 1 a.m, which obviously in the previous contract, their shifts finished at 1. But after you took over the contract, the lights were still going off at 1 o'clock, and it's resulted in some people working in the dark for hours at a time. You're aware of that, I assume?
I am aware of that, yes.
And the first time this happened, what was your response? Did you tell the workers to stop work until the issue had been resolved?
Yes, well, the workers stopped work until the issue was resolved, and then we liaised with the client to ensure that the lighting was either changed, and we also amended our duty statement so that if the lighting was reduced, and it's quite standard for lighting to be reduced in big retail centres overnight, if the lighting was reduced, the duty statements were also ensured that those areas had been cleaned before the lighting reduction.
Again, we've had evidence that this lighting issue continued for a number of weeks. I would say that working in the dark is quite the safety issue. And I note Mr. Heinrich commented in his opening that safety is not negotiable. And on your website, also the term safety is not negotiable is utilised. It sounds like that's very negotiable if it's gone on for a number of weeks.
No, I can assure you, Senator, at no point have the staff been unsafe. We have in fact had WorkSafe out to inspect, and WorkSafe was satisfied with what they found.
My understanding is that WorkSafe went out and that's when it was fixed, but not before.
That's not correct.
Okay. Now, when your cleaners take their meal breaks, do they have to go to the staff room, or are they able to take those breaks anywhere they like?
They're entitled to take their breaks wherever they like to take their breaks, as long as it's a publicly accessible area outside of the lunchroom. The only thing we encourage when people are taking their break is they cover their uniform, and that's twofold. Firstly, it prevents them from being interrupted by members of the public asking for, this is an issue in this bathroom, this is an issue over here, I've noticed this. It gives them the opportunity to have a proper break. And the second is we occasionally get reports from members of the public or even centre management questioning why team members might be in Woolworths, or questioning why team members might be buying a coffee when by all appearances, they're working at the time. So they're allowed to eat and have their rest breaks wherever they choose. We do ask, however, that their uniforms are covered for their sake.
Okay. And so you've had the contract for a month and a half. How is it going? Are things panning out? Obviously, you've had this significant safety issue with the lighting. But in terms of the other transition, have you received any complaints at all?
No, it's early days because the centre hasn't been operating at capacity because of the restrictions in the ACT. So we would like an opportunity to see the centre at its finest, and we would like to see normal traffic in the centre so we can assess how we're going and what we need to do and what the teams need. But apart from that, I'm satisfied it's going reasonably well at this point in time.
And did you take on the same number of cleaners in the transition of the contract? I know you said you'd adjusted the work hours.
Yes.
But you're not aware of the shift schedules or the exact details of the previous contract?
No, anecdotally, only what we were told by the team.
And can we just turn to security officers? Are there the same number of security officers and the same pattern under the contract as was previously
No, again, we weren't privy to the contract prior to taking over. We tendered what we considered to be an optimal contract, and it was reasonably clear fairly early on that we needed to work with the client to increase the security numbers.
So would you say that you were in the situation of revising your original plan for security officers?
Yes.
And how's that going?
We have added a substantial increase to the security roster, approximately 100 hours a week.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Grogan. Senator Small.
Thanks, Chair. Frankly, I was not really sure why we're discussing such specific workplace matters in a Senate committee, but let me ask just one question today. In terms of the measures that you outlined in terms of not only the consultation, but offering the first right of shifts to those casuals who you picked up through the transition, etc. How much of that was a legal obligation on you, and how much of it was a company choice to do the right thing?
I would say it was all a company choice to do the right thing.
Thank you very much. Nothing further from me.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Small. Just want to go to Mr. Heinrich. I'm going to just talk more globally about the operations of in the cleaning industry, and do you consider that there's greater commercial pressures generally, and things are more or less difficult than they were last year or the year before or the year before that?
Well, let me answer it this way. It's an extremely competitive industry with very low margins. And of course, over the last 12 months or so, we've had the impact of COVID, which has made it even more difficult. But throughout all of that, we've maintained our service to all our client sites that we were able to. And I believe that by and large, all our clients are happy. And in particular, I believe that, by and large, all our employees are happy. It's a very happy, generally speaking, a very happy workplace. Now, of course, being quite a large organisation, from time to time, we do have industrial disputes, but we attempt to resolve those as fairly and as quickly as we can. This does involve, from time to time, engagement with unions and employees, but I understand, by industry standards, the number of engagements we have in relation to industrial disputes is well below the norm for our competitors.
Thank you for that. Just on this sort of broader question, as you mentioned that there's been, obviously COVID's given you, lots of challenges along with the workforce. In a sense of commercial pressures and competitive nature, do you feel that you're competing with people that are potentially companies that are breaking the law from time to time?
I think we definitely feel that's the case. And certainly I think we know that's the case, unfortunately.
In the question of commercial pressures, one of the questions we've been putting today, but also on previous hearings, is the economic employer. That's in the sense the.
Sorry, you just broke up.
Could
you repeat that?
Yeah, in a particular case, but I'm not talking about in Canberra Centre, but I'm not bringing it specifically to that. It's just more generally those economic employers that do put pressure on price, which means it puts pressure on labour arrangements. And I'm suggesting that, so I'll just retract that. With the pressures that have come on, commercial pressures that come on, one of the things we've discussed at the inquiry over a number of hearings is the potential for the economic employer to also be accountable for the work arrangements, labour arrangements, wages and conditions. So that if there is pressure on a company that to cut costs very narrow, or to breach safety arrangements, or to people to feel their work is less precarious, that there should be a obligation on those economic employers. So I'm just wondering what your view of the industry attitude to that more generally.
I think we need to think about that. I think I know where you're coming from, and certainly we would like the pressures, the commercial pressures, as you refer to them, to be on an even playing field. Now, how that's achieved, I think you're suggesting a mechanism for that, but it's not something that we've addressed or thought through. So I don't know that I'm in a position to commit to give an answer to that today, but I do understand the input of the question, but it's not something that I could give a considered response to. Other than to say that we'd like very much for there to be a fair playing field for all the cleaning and services companies in the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Heinrich. And appreciate, I've only just raised it with you. If you can take that on notice, that would be greatly appreciated. If you can give further consideration to it and come back to us. Secondly, have you thought of and what steps have some of the players in the industry taken to deal with this commercial pressures that occur within the industry? For example, there's been suggestions that there's a voluntary code, for example.
Are you referring to what we do?
Yes, what you do, but also what's atypical for industry players?
Well, we have a culture of trying to look after our employees, and we try to, competitively tender based on efficiencies, but also having in mind all our obligations, both what we think we should do for employees and what the law requires. Now, we basically have moved away from trying to have too many casual employees. We've got less than 10% of around about 10% of our workforce are made up of casual employees. Everybody else is either I've just got the details here, I can give them to you. Everybody else are either full-time or part-time employees. So, and we've had a policy for the last 5 years of trying to onboard as many employees as we can, either as full-time or part-time. But that is not necessarily the case across the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Heinrich. Just on the full-time or part-time, what's the reasons that you see that as an optimum employment arrangement?
Sorry, what is that? Why is that the optimum employment arrangement?
Yes.
Well,
why do you take that position? I'm not criticising. I'm just asking.
Well, I think we take that position because it gives certainty to us and it gives certainty to our employees.
Do you think that's it? You get better performance out of that sort of those sorts of arrangements?
Not necessarily better performance, because I think all our employees give good performance. People elect, in many instances, the people who are casual employees basically do that because that's what they wish to do. I think, Alison, you might want to comment on the survey we conducted in that regard.
Absolutely. Fair Work issued the new casual information sheet and prescribed a consultation period, which we underwent with all of our casuals. And I can talk to this because I was the one who consulted with all of our casuals. And I'm pleased to say not one of them felt they either wanted permanent work or should have been transferred to permanent work. Our casual pool is a genuine casual pool, and we're reliant on them during peak periods, but they're comfortable with that arrangement and we're comfortable with that arrangement. I think we've gone down the direct employment route because we are confident at the end of the day that when we tender, our cleaning rosters are CAF compliant. When we have direct employees, they have appropriate benefits. They do have a culture of safety. We do have a zero tolerance to safety is not negotiable. They have the tools, they have the training, they have the support, they have the well-being, and we're very committed to doing the right thing. We recognise that, especially our cleaning team, they're in fact the unsung heroes of the COVID pandemic. They've been attending work, they have been in the public, they have put themselves at risk to ensure that public spaces that carry essential services are in fact safe for everyone else. So we're very passionate about our people, and we do really love the direct employee model. It is hard to compete in the tender process. It's very hard to compete in the tender process because it's not a level playing field, but we wouldn't change how we are now running our business.
Thank you for that, Ms. Freeman. Just to Mr. Heinrich or Ms. Freeman, if you could answer this, just want to go through just a few questions relatively quickly. Do any of your clients allow subcontracting, and if they and what's the potential consequences when contracts do come up and there's potential for subcontracting under the contract when you're competing with other companies?
Well, I think the short answer to that is yes, there are, and there are clients who won't allow subcontracting.
Are you able to give us in the case of subcontracting, so I'm clear, is there, what percentage of the workforce would be subcontracted at any given time across your business in the cleaning area?
I think we'd have to take that on notice, Ali. I don't think we've got the figures at hand at the moment.
I wouldn't want to guess, Senator. I wouldn't want to guess. It's certainly nowhere near as high as our direct employees. There are a couple of contracts we have that are national contracts that it's impossible for us to service ourselves without the aid of subcontractors. And so we do have a very robust process if we partner with a subcontractor to ensure that they are compliant in the same way we are compliant. We have very stringent audit processes, and we have a very stringent onboarding process for any of the SPs.
If I can supplement that.
Yes, by all means.
We do have a strict audit process, which we undertake in this regard. It's done, a major audit is done annually, and a check audit is done 6 monthly, where we obtain evidence as to payment of workers' compensation insurance, the payment of payroll tax, compliance with employment law and industrial agreements and awards and the like. We compliance with immigration law. We payments that are made to consultants and suppliers and other subcontractors. And it's quite a detailed and rigorous process because we are seeking to ensure that our subcontractors are providing or are compliant with all their legal obligations. Because we have been aware in the past that there are subcontractors who have not been.
Thank you for that. It would be very helpful if you're able to give us the details, not right now, but if you can take it on notice, on the audit process and the onboarding process that you apply, because it's a question we've been asking of a number of other industry sectors as well. Some sectors do auditing, some sectors don't. So it'd be very helpful for us to see some examples of auditing being done and how it's done by particular sectors or companies. Just want to actually don't have the answer to this. In the case of the cleaning award, do workers lose accrued sick leave when terminated?
Yes, they do.
Do they generally have to serve a probationary period at the commencement of a new contract, even if they'd been on the contract before?
Yes, they do.
Um,
I'm sorry, Senator. Can I just clarify that? If we're transitioning as a new service provider and we're taking people over from the incumbent, then yes, they do. It's a new employment contract. If we have an extension of an existing contract, then no, of course not.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Freeman. Thank you for clarifying that. Just on the question of the permanent, part-time, casual and subcontracting, would you be able to break that down for us? Not right now. Appreciate that you've Mr. Heinrich's evidence that needs some consideration to be given. And I gather it's just subcontracting, just so it's crystal clear in my mind. Subcontracting, you're saying subcontracting where another company engages a number of workers you subcontract to. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thanks. Just of interest, what's the logic of using? I mean, I'm sure there's a logic, but from the company point of view, what's the logic of using subcontracting?
So, for example, with our national clients, we don't have the capacity to do a 3-hour clean in a commercial space in Rockhampton once a fortnight. That's not our business model.
Yeah, right. That's thank you. That's very, very helpful. I've got no further questions unless one of the other senators would like to do any follow-up questions. No,
that was all very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank you for your evidence today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations and the preparation of its report. If you have taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by the 23rd of November 2021. I now adjourn the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your time.